Well, welcome everybody to Towers and Gods, the Ranker Saga. If you're new here, that's okay. This is a brand new series that we're starting here on the channel. If you're a returning viewer who watched our previous Tower of God campaign, then you'll get some of the cool things that are going to be happening in this episode and the rest of the series. And yeah, we're really excited. It's been, like 6 months, I think, since we ended the climb, Towers and Gods, and we're returning with the Ranker Saga. So, I'm going to go into the premise a little bit here and then introduce our cast. So, if you're new, my name is Dr. Bonehead. I am the DM of our campaign here for the foreseeable future. And we did a previous series called Towers and Gods, which detailed the climb of a few regulars as they made their way up the tower. They got into some shenanigans. There were some spells that may have been cast, some things that may have happened to them. And we're picking up 100 years later what happens to these characters when they become rankers. So, again, if you're coming from Towers and Gods, you can sort of pick up on some of the nuances we might have, but we're treating this series as if it's brand new. So if this is your first time you're watching, or maybe you didn't quite catch up with Towers and Gods, then you're also welcome. It's going to be a fun time. Okay, before we dive in, I want to introduce our incredible cast. We have Isaiah as Kun Jong Se. Is that a spoiler? Me saying that you play Jong still? Is that a spoiler?
I mean, if that's a spoiler, you have 150 episodes of spoilers.
Okay, yeah.
Catalog on your channel, so I don't know. I think it's fine.
Okay. How are you doing, Isaiah?
What's up, gamers? I'm doing good. Excited to get back on the horse, as it were. I feel like everybody, we were saying this kind of before, but you know, I'm feeling a little out of it, a little rusty. But I think,
yeah,
you know, a few minutes in, we'll find the groove and, you know,
for sure,
get back into our usual-ish, good or bad or indifferent.
Makes you feel better. I think we're all gonna be super rusty and kind of figuring stuff out. That's part of the fun, and I think it's even better to kind of, you know, treat it like that. So it's gonna be a good time. Well, I wonder what Jong has been up to. I wonder what kind of person Kun Jong Se is. The ranker Kun Jong Se. I guess we'll. I don't know. That's a good question. Out. Yeah. Okay, going down, we have Milios as Brack Baronson. Welcome, Milios. Good to have you back.
Yar, how are you people doing? You know, it's been a while. Haven't seen your faces. Look like you've all slimmed down, you know, lost some weight, you know. Good people, eating right, huh? Family taking care of you? You taking care of your family? Cool. I hear. Good stuff. Seemed like you got the job that you wanted to. You graduated from college. That's good too. Honors? Shit, I gotta send you a bottle of wine now. But either way, happy to be back. Hope you all are doing well. You know, Brack is Bronson and yeah, things are thinking. Also, question for you all. Who's your favorite NPC? Ooh. And do you think you will see them? Mods, do a poll.
Wow, all right. Mods. I don't know if I have a mod. I'm
not listing the entire NPC.
Oh, that's true. Hannah, list every NPC for us. No, but you can do it 4 at a time and then like bracket, you know, like narrow it down like a tournament.
You don't pay me enough for that.
It's true. It's true. Okay, we'll talk.
$0.
Hey.
You guys are getting paid for this?
You get 2 NPCs.
Yeah. Oh my
gosh.
Well, if people are new and you know, you'll be meeting some of these NPCs soon, I think. I guess we'll find out. Going across the screen here, we have Hannah as Ha Eden. Welcome back, Hannah.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the stream. I bet you never thought you'd hear that again. Hope y'all have been well. Same sentiment as Milios. I have seen some folks that have been graduating and getting, you know, big people jobs and doing lots of cool stuff over the break. So congratulations to all you guys. Thank you everybody for joining us tonight. And all the generosity that you've been showing so far, and a nice warm welcome for us rusty D&D folks. So appreciate y'all.
You guys are the best.
I totally didn't have back surgery over the break. It's fine.
Dude, Hannah, yeah. Well, you look great. We're happy to have you here, and I'm happy to know you're feeling that things are good. Really excited. You guys
Tylenols are doing heavy lifting.
Yo, shout out Tylenol. All right, well, moving across to the top right of our screen here, we have Sun Woo as Lopobia Woo. Welcome, Sun.
Yo, I'm not gonna lie, I just forgot about the sunglasses. Actually kind of want to go get them, so I'm probably gonna do that after we're done with the intros. But like, it is what it is. It's just not. It's something that's unnatural for me at this point. But hey, I'm here. I missed y'all. I'm excited. I feel like a lot has changed, but in the same way, things are kind of the same if you really think about it. So
yeah,
I just really want to have a fun time, and I hope you guys are excited to see what we cooked. And it's good to be back.
It's good to be back, and you look great, by the way. Sunglasses or no, I mean, I think you rock it.
I'm still getting them. You can't convince me.
Okay, fine. Get your sunglasses. And last but certainly not least, we have Ruka Samuels as Liria, or as you may have known her for the majority of our previous campaign, Ace. Welcome, Ruka.
Hello, chat. It's gonna be weird not calling my character's name Ace, but we're gonna bear with me. It's gonna take a bit. We're gonna try, but also I can see Matt super chat for the fan fun. Look, I almost broke it there.
Oh
I'm proving my point. Okay, listen. Hold on. So there's this thing that I go through fans to hide my reactions because I react very loudly, and so sometimes I hide my fan. However, this is a very cheap dollar store fan, and there's a fan counter going on in the Discord server of how many fans that I break over this series on accident, and now I have $10 to potentially get me new fans. So thank you, Matt. I will try not to break this one. We're giving it about maybe an episode, maybe two, depending. So thank you. Good to be back.
Okay, well, I'm excited to see what the tally ends up becoming, for sure. Yeah, so you guys are being so generous. I'm going to go ahead and read through the super chats now because we have quite a few. So thank you all so much for your support. So first of all, we have some memberships, and if people aren't on my Sunday streams, or I guess Monday streams, Sunday streams are back soon. We have some cat emotes now for Chrono and Luca. So if you're a member, you can enjoy the Chrono and Luca emotes, as well as the Towers and Gods emotes. So Super Thaxter and then Black Reaper, good to see you guys again. Thank you for the memberships. Then we have Mustafa, who donated, thank you so much, and said, we are back. Happy episode 1, Towers and Gods, everyone. By the way, Joe, I heard rumors that from SIU, that Bug is Go-Go Young's ancestor. Can you confirm? Go-Go Young is a Yurik Mizuno character, if people don't know. How dare you? Okay? I understand there's this Bug slander thing from the original series, okay? And who knows if we'll meet Bug again, so I won't go into too much detail. But do not compare Bug to Go-Go Young, okay? That is the highest form of disrespect. I'm going to move on from that, but Mustafa, it's good to see you. Master Gold with the 1999, thank you so much. Pokemon Fact, I missed these. Gold, thank you. Mewtwo wasn't referred to as a clone until the first movie. Yeah, that's true. In the original Red, Blue, and Yellow, in the journals found in the Pokemon Mansion, it says that Mew simply gave birth to Mewtwo. Yes, that is very true. They added that in the movie, and they kind of just ran with it, which I think is pretty cool. Thank you, Gold. Very generous. As you all will see in the meme reel, Gold has been carrying the memes, along with Ruka, of course, and the rest of you. So thank you, Gold. Battle Popcorn, thank you for the $5. Happy to see Towers and Gods back. Hope the session does not involve lots of OBS Discord-based invasions. It's really sweet to know SIU-based Go-Go Young off of Bug. Guys, can we stop with the Go-Go Young Bug thing, okay? It was a sweet comment until you said that. We'll see. Thank you, Battle Popcorn.
They're baiting you. They're baiting you, brother. Stand strong.
Okay, you're right. Okay. Panape, thank you for the €5. Welcome back, Towers and Gods. Panape, always a fantastic member of the community. Thank you very much for the super chat. Black Reaper with the $5. Good to see you all again. Love the cast, love the community, love the chat, and especially love the hair, Joe. Well, thank you. I need a haircut, but I appreciate that. Thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you. I'm a little flustered now. Master Gold, thank you for the $4.99. Fridays haven't been the same since Towers and Gods left. Glad y'all are back, ruining our sleep schedules. Here's to a great first session. Well, listen, we'll do our best to ruin your sleep schedules. That means we're doing our job. So thank you, Master Gold. Appreciate you. Couple more here. We have Thomas McKee with the $2. Thank you. I'm watching this at my high school graduation. Brother, I mean, I'm honored, but like, wait, Milios, did you see that comment when you congratulated the graduations earlier?
I didn't,
Yeah.
but great priorities, my boy. You know.
Yeah,
To be fair, there's a lot of downtime during graduation, so it's not the craziest thing in the world. But
it's true. It's true. Hopefully, when you walk up there and receive your diploma, right? It's been a while since I've been to graduation.
Yes, that is a thing that people get when they graduate high school.
Yeah. And you know, you get a diploma in college too, or you know, master's.
See, that's what I was thinking. I was like, is it high? It's both. Okay, yeah. Well, thank you,
Yeah.
Thomas McKee. Congratulations on your graduation. That's awesome and very exciting. So thank you. Captain Save a Hobo with the $10. Thank you, Captain Save a Hobo. Good to see you again. And we have Baguette here with the $5.99, also known as Leaf Stan in the Discord. Good to see you. Welcome back. Thank you for taking us on this new journey. Well, we're very excited. Thank you, Baguette. And then Matt the Third with the $10. I've returned for the Ranker arc. Excited to catch the stream again with a fresh start. I shall be tossing $10 into Ruka's fan funds. She knows why. There you go. There's the explanation for people missing it. Thank you guys all so much for the warm welcome. We're very, very excited. It's going to be a good freaking time. Mustafa just became a member. Thank you. So yeah, I think this is a pretty good time to, I'll give a couple of maybe like, you know, disclaimer might be the wrong word, but a couple of sort of preliminary things to make sure that we're all prepared for what to expect out of this series. So first things first, this series is rated 18 and up, so be sure to keep that in mind. If you don't know, rankers can get kind of violent. They can also say some bad words. And there can be some pretty, I know, God, I can't believe it. And there can be some dark themes. So we want to make sure you're prepared for that. And, you know, watch at your own discretion. So that's one thing. Another thing is that people who come from our original series are probably pretty used to seeing like brand new art for like all the characters because we built up this massive catalog over the course of our original series. And we do have new art for mostly the player characters. However, the NPCs, for the vast majority of them, you're gonna have to be a little patient, relying on in-depth detailed descriptions for now, and that does not mean that they won't eventually get art. It's just a matter of trying to make sure things are balanced, trying to make sure that with this new format that we have, the characters being rankers, meaning they're some of the most powerful individuals in this world that we call the Tower, they can kind of go and do whatever they want. So art will sort of depend on the choices made in the story. So they're coming, don't worry, the NPC art is on the way, but you know, be a little patient with some of them. They will come eventually. So that's that. I think that's pretty much all I have for disclaimer. I guess the final thing would be, if you're wondering what our schedule is, it's bi-weekly Fridays, so look forward to every other week a Towers and Gods episode. Yeah. Shout out to Yurino, our artist, Yurino Yama. You can find their link in the description. Cast, am I forgetting anything as far as like, you know, stuff that needs to be said?
I gotta be a stinky mod here for a second. Hey, chat. I know most of y'all are behaving, but please no Uric series spoilers in the chat. I'm gonna keep my eye on it as best as I can, but this is not the place to spoil any of the episodes that are not out yet or are fast passed or are you know, translated. I want to be able to focus on the game. Joe needs to not be spoiled, and if you guys could just keep that under wraps, I much appreciate that. And if you do, I'm a ban, and I think I have Joe's full permission to, and y'all can appeal it later at a later date, but I will not stand for that today.
You can ban whoever you want. Hannah has full control over that.
Yeah, so please be respectful of this tonight, because this isn't one of Joe's typical streams, so just be respectful, enjoy the show and the story that we're telling. So just ask that as the mod in chat, because
yeah,
I've seen some stuff.
I haven't seen anything, luckily, but thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, you know, Hannah and I are both not known for our mercy when it comes to banning people, so yeah, keep that in mind. Cool. All right. Well, with that said, I think this is as good a time as any to get started with a few words to open us up into this new series. So, the sunglasses look great. Yeah. All right.
We miss them. They're a paid actor. We love them.
It felt wrong. I can't believe I forgot them in the first place.
It's okay. It's okay. It was a little reward for people. All right. So, okay, let's begin. If you're unaware, our story takes place in a place called the Tower. There are multiple floors. There are inhabitants who live here in a world inhabited by a force called Shinsu. It acts as magic, water, air, everything. People become stronger by climbing the tower and taking tests, and become rankers once they reach the very top of the tower. Our characters have climbed to the top of the tower and become rankers, and it's been 100 years since they did so. At the end of that climb, an organization called Aesir began a plan that they think will help create a better tower. A tower that is not cursed, a tower that is not poisoned and rotten with evil and crime and disease and hardship, but instead a tower that is more what it should have been originally. The plan involved our primary characters. A lot of their powers were stolen away, and the spell was complete. Or was it? I guess we'll find out. We're picking up 100 years later. The tower as it exists now, 100 years later, is not all that different from the tower you knew before at a first glance. None of the floors have experienced any massive change. The scenery is, at a first glance, similar. The people are all still there. They're still fighting in war, rebellions against King Jihad, who rules this tower, various organizations that repel against him, even though him and his army are still vastly in control and show no signs of stopping that. And yet, for those with a keen eye, or those who know about the spell that took place, you can start to see that there have been some changes. There are certainly things that, as the 100 years have gone on, you've noticed more and more. Fractures that appear in places that you would least expect, creating almost inhuman-like zones that are dangerous and uninhabitable. Some of them even rumored to lead to places where you can never return from. Red lights and dark essences that are seeping through and even potentially causing people to change, according to some rumors. People have started going missing. Although it's strange because a lot of the people that have gone missing, it's like they never even existed to begin with. It's a lot of strange phenomena that only those with a keen eye would expect to find. And above all, the organization called Aesir, that is still out there, that barely anybody knows about. They're in the shadows, and yet their name is known. And there are even rumors that many people are joining them. People that you would never have expected to, whether because of a change in belief, sensing a shift of power in the tower, or maybe even this new tower that is being sculpted as time goes on. So, with that being said, somewhere in the tower, on floor 83, a ship passes through the sky. It's a cloudy day. The sun's rays sort of, the ball of light, there it is. Get your bingo sheet, your Towers and Gods bingo. The ball of light in the sky's rays sort of shining through here and there, but overall, just kind of a dark and sort of gloomy middle of the day. But a ship does pass through, a lone ship, nobody else around. Some floating islands here and there, sort of wrapped around and passing by at a very high speed. And two individuals are aboard this little mini ship. And I'm going to pass it over to one of those individuals who can maybe give us even more of a description on what this ship may look like, the interior, exterior, or whatever you'd like to share. I'm going to pass it over to Liria.
All right. So, Liria is currently on one of her Avalon-built ships, known as the Scabbards. She is, in particular, in Scabbard 151, and it's a small ship, not city size. It's what you would consider like a regular airplane size, few extra rooms or whatever, for going for modern references, but it's decked out because this is Lyria's personal ship, so she is over her comms. The ship carries a lot of the same, like, burgundy hues of Avalon, and she is at work. She is concentrating over the panels of this ship. Even though it can drive itself, she prefers to drive it still, and so she is locked in there.
All right. And, Liria, as you're maneuvering through this ship, you have this sort of weird feeling based on the information you know. And the person who is with you hasn't said anything explicitly about it yet, sort of just trusting you and, as always, going along with whatever you sort of decide to do and desire to go and do. Sorry, my cat is biting my little finger. She's there she goes. So cute. But he does walk into the room with you, and I think this is a good time to give us some just character descriptions. As our very first player character here on the screen. So, Liria, the heir to the Rain family, in all of her glory. Would you like to describe anything else about her appearance or go into any more detail here as you're working away at the ship?
Yeah. So this is Liria Rain is currently decked out in her crystal monarch suit. It is a mech tech suit of sorts. It has various functions. So it's a definite combination of materials, silks and metals, to kind of show her new status, and you can hear it kind of as she walks through the ship. Just the slow click of the heels as she is quietly simmering on this news with her partner, who she has been with for over 100 years at this point. Joe, if you would like to introduce Ace's husband over here.
Of course, I would be more than happy to. And while this is all sort of taking place, there isn't. It's a bit different, right? Because in the past 100 years since, this person has changed to various degrees. However, at their core, they look and act the same as anybody would have always known them to be, and as you especially would know them to be. Can I actually cut through for a second here? And could you take just 60 seconds to give a little bit more detail on this on sort of her appearance or like her motivation here, because she was given a kind of like reason to be here. Could you just go into detail a little bit more there while I pull something up?
Yeah.
Thank you.
So we'll say, for instance, Ace makes it to her monitors, her screens, and this Avalon tech that she's developed. You see pings everywhere on these little screens, different rescue missions. These Scabbard ships, they are built for stealth. They're built for freelance, independent missions. They're not meant to be lived on. So Ace has these little pings everywhere from different missions that she's completed, places that she's gone. The control panels are perfect for her, should she be in or out of her suit. And also, little details, like there are, because this is Ace's personal ship, there's Braille alongside the controls for one of her other companions that travels with her often.
Cool.
And who may want to co-pilot the ship. So she is she's locked in on these screens and just following it with her now multicolored eyes. Because last time you saw Ace, her eyes were just a plain gold, but now they have shifted like a color wheel, and they're just looking at the various symbols.
Cool. Yeah, and I would say that, like, as the time is passing on with you guys in the ship, that there's been some sort of, cordial conversation here and there, but also a a few references to the other people in the quote-unquote inner circle, which we'll kind of get to here in a second, because now I have it ready here to go. I will admit that something weird happened with this art in particular, so I had to kind of take a second to make sure it was okay, but it is okay now. It wouldn't be a stream without a little bit of issue, but we're good now. So if I do that, and then that, I think it's good to go. Okay. So as you're in the room, this individual walks in to join you and places a hand on your shoulder, just, you know, a kind of steady presence as he does tend to be. So as I said before, Hugo is his hair, he's wearing it down. He doesn't have a metal sort of futuristic, cybernetic, mechanical suit like Ace does. However, he is still sporting a more noble look than people would be used to, even though he's still got that vest that he's very iconically known for throughout the course of the series.
Mm-hmm.
He's got the diamond on his cheek, which represents his status in the Rain family, the power that he's been given. And as he puts a hand on your shoulder, he looks back at the controls, kind of back out, and sort of, now that he knows that everything's sort of chill and you're on the way towards your destination, he'll just kind of chuckle and smile and say, "Did Obi tell you about his new project?"
Obi? No. No, he is not. I haven't had time to, look back on these things. But I hear that Melody is also progressing very well in her mentorship with Zillion.
She can hardly leave his side, it seems. He wanted to come with you instead of me, but I... And he looks back out across the expanse around you. I don't know. Things are just so different lately.
Yes. But if this intel is correct, it is probably best that he did not come with us. Things could get personal, so...
His eyes will soften as he maintains the grip on your shoulder. And yet you're still here. Putting yourself in danger again.
You're beside me. And... I don't know, I've been doing so many political meetings and missions, it's good to get my hands dirty again. I might be a bit rusty on the stealth solo missions, but... what's a little adventure every once in a while? Besides, we could run into old friends. And she kind of looks at the screen like... she hopes that intel is wrong. Because she doesn't know what she's going to do if it's right. The Prophet, he didn't give me much. But I'm sure there's nothing to worry about. We should be docking shortly, and I will go check out the perimeter while you keep the scabbard running.
A look of worry will cross his face as he'll fold his arms and think for a second before asking, "Which prophet?"
My prophet.
I see. Well, they haven't steered you wrong as much as I... And he'll just kind of sigh. It's clear that the role of prophet in your inner circle, or even the original sort of like still acting inner circle of your father, has always been his most sort of, you know, he's not the kind of guy that likes espionage and trick, you know, even politics to a degree. It's like it can be a bit much for him. So he's just kind of like, yep, of course, but he still goes along with it.
They have not stared me wrong yet. Besides, you know that I would trust any of my inner circle with my life. After all, they've seen our children. It's not to be taken lightly.
Of course. I trust them too. Fine, leave it to me. I'll make sure things are all right.
Thank you. We're almost there.
Okay. Now, if I could, as you are, looking over the controls and making sure things are good on the scabbard, the scabbard, I'm assuming, has some kind of capability regarding like sensing the vicinity, whether that's like in relation to your lighthouses as a light bearer within the tower, or even as your observer as a scout as well. Regardless of how you want to go about it, I think perception, or whether it's whatever role you want to use, if you could give me a roll as you sort of determine whether it's safe to progress with your plan. That would be...
All right, let's see what I'm going to
This
use.
is the first
here.
roll of the campaign,
can
everybody! Yeah.
Use investigation, DM.
Yes, you can. Absolutely, you can.
Awesome. Let us roll. Roll 20's new sheets are freaking me out, but we'll adjust.
Alrighty. Let me pop it up here.
Yeah.
I'm still experimenting with this here, but I think it should work. If I'll go just bland.
I rolled it. Did it not?
Roll 20. What are you doing? Is it like an intelligence
Roll
check here?
20.
Or I mean investigation check.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
If it
let me
didn't
try
go
again.
through, that's
Did it show
fine.
up this time?
There it is.
Oh, there you go. There we go.
All right. So this is
It's
our
a
first look
16.
at a ranker skill check, because Ace is a master investigator. I would like to inform people that she rolled a 2. So,
I was about to say, I
yeah.
I rolled a 2, but we're still good, chat. We're not cooked
Yeah,
yet.
yeah,
Listen,
yeah.
trust.
It's interesting. Yeah.
Trust.
So,
Okay. These are ranker stats, baby.
Yes. We will get into stat stuff more specifically probably next week, but still, yes. Okay. So as you're maneuvering things here, and sort of checking the vicinity, making sure things are okay, whether it's because of your conversation, you've gone on, I don't know, probably hundreds over the past 100 years of these sort of missions on, whether it's you joined by people or solo, whether it's because of the conversation or just because of the monotony of doing this sort of thing, you catch it a little later than you probably normally would. It's almost like whether that's because of you or the skill of whatever is approaching, because by the time you even realize it, something enters the radar, and it happens in a blip, and you almost can't even quite react in time before suddenly your ship, boom! You just feel a rock, like a boom. The ship kind of like tips to the side as something slams directly into it, and you would know more details about the ship's security system, but like whatever warnings and whatever sort of audible sounds are being popped up suddenly.
Yeah, Ace for sure. That the Liria, the ship, wherever area just got hit, Liria pulls up a map on this kind of like lighthouse build of a ship system, where they have like all the screens everywhere, and she can see the ship's blueprint, the 3D model, and the zone that got hit should be red.
Okay, so you're able to.
As soon as she sees
hone
it,
in. Yeah.
she's going for it. Stay here.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so as you head out of the ship, and he immediately nods and goes, right. And he starts maneuvering things and making sure that everything's in control as you suddenly leave to go handle this. And the explosion sort of continues, the rocking of the ship, as you head towards the exact location, the origin of this sound. Okay. We're going to cut here to a different point of view. Something else that is taking place, more specifically even taking place a little bit beforehand, even. Somewhere in the tower, in a dark room lit by green candlelight, a figure is draped across a chair, lost in deep thought. Long, flowing brown hair, a green cloak wrapped around his side, his fingers sort of flicking in a kind of lost in thought monotonous, repetitious action. He's sitting there, lost in thought, seemingly alone until another figure cloaked in a hood kind of appears in the shadows. Not saying a word, but sort of just acting as a kind of person to speak to here, a listener even. The figure in the chair finally speaks up. Everything according to plan, right? And he chuckles to himself. Every year we see more and more of the change taking place. However, results are sporadic, aren't they? And he clicks his tongue and leans back. I didn't want to have to do this, but if it's necessary, he says in his silky tone, perhaps it is needed to achieve the perfection we seek. They're all good people, he says and shakes his head. None of them deserve it, but he lets out a shaky exhale, as if the burden of the world lay upon him. I will take that burden. Their blood will be on my hands for the sake of the rest. It will cause me great suffering. But if it truly does achieve what we seek, faster and quicker, before anyone has a chance to snuff it out, then it's worth it. He's more saying this to himself, as if to encourage himself and kind of lay his own fears at ease, to kind of make sure that he's not freaking out. Even though he does act relatively calm while he's speaking. But the cloaked figure finally does speak up in a kind of raspy voice. The ones you requested are here. And he'll perk his head up. Send them in. And the doors open up with a hinge, you know. Someone's got to oil this thing. It's been way too long. And two individuals, cloaked in hoods, step into the room. Black shawls covering their features as they step, step, step in front of the presence of their father. And he'll turn and say, "You came."
You were doing the monologue thing again, weren't you?
He'll chuckle. It's all I seem to do these days, as the boredom passes.
Well, could always leave. It's nice outside, but, you know, to each his own. Anyway, you called for us?
I did. You should have everything you requested of me by now. You've done well.
As long as the arrangement stays the same. And the other guy's pretty happy too. You haven't forgotten about what you promised him?
Of course. It's being enacted as we speak. Now, I take it the two of you will be more than sufficient to accomplish this goal?
That being?
I need you to find one of your old friends. I think it's time that we follow through on the thing that has been haunting me. You know of what I speak.
So we're finally moving then.
Indeed. I think it's finally time. I trust you to find their ship and handle things appropriately.
Well, I'm not gonna lie to you and say that I take any joy in this, but we have an arrangement. I'd like to think you trust me, honor at least that.
Very good.
But
Hmm?
I'm gonna do it my way. Could you send for Zygus?
He'll tilt his head. You need a third. I thought the two of you would be more than enough.
No. Just make me happy if you dropped us off. You know, a little chaperone activity. Sounds fun. He's not doing anything major. Actually, maybe you have him on some sort of mission, but if you would just do me this favor.
The other person beside you, also in a hood, speaks up. Her voice quiet, but she'll say with a slight smile, "It would be good, I think. We are a family, right? Aesir helps one another out. And it's been a while since I've seen Zygus. It'd be good to say hi." He'll let out a sigh. His services are quite valuable. He's never taking a day of rest. But if you truly desire him, then I'll send for him.
Glad you can see it my way, Pops. It's just, I thought we had a deal, and as part of it, I don't answer him or anyone else. Not your bishops, not the measly knights as they were. As long as you take care of this one and myself and honor your agreement, I'll do whatever you ask. No questions. But we always do it my way. And I've always delivered results, have I not?
You've never let me down. Well, since that day, I should say.
Yeah, and that business during the last Nami raid, let's not even consider that my fault.
Of course. Well then, thank you. And I look forward to hearing your report.
I trust all the intel I need will be delivered.
As we speak. Would you, before you go, one last moment of importance. Would you like me to serenade you for good luck before you depart? A little tune I've been working on that I think fits the situation rather nicely.
And Wu just kind of like looks over to the person to his right and rolls his eyes underneath the cloak. I'm not going to be able to say no, right?
She'll just shrug. It usually only lasts 5 to 10 minutes, so...
That's
In minutes.
literally 9 minutes too long. But of course, Father. It's always a pleasure to hear a tune here or there.
And before you even finish that sentence, he's strumming his cittern, and he sings you a lovely tale, one that includes the two of you in its lyrics, about the mission you're going on, and about how tragic this is for everyone involved, but how at the end we'll all come away wiser and stronger, all together, as we should be. And it's 11 minutes, unfortunately, but you bear through it. You bear through it, and he thanks you profusely for being a fantastic audience. He kind of mutters about tweaking a lyric here and there, and the doors...
Lovely as always, but who have you had tuning your sitar lately? It sounds a bit off.
The cittern is as it always is. In fact, he sounds a little shy to admit this. I use I only hire the best to maintain its quality, so I don't believe there's anything to worry about.
You should fire them,
Voice.
because there's no chance it's you're playing, right?
I will
Find
see
someone.
you. I will see you shortly, Wu. You were a terrific audience for the time that you were here. Take care. And the person next to you will finally sigh as the doors close. Oh, that was something.
Well, nothing compared to what we gotta do now.
You sure
It's
you'll be
only a
okay?
matter of time. I should be asking you that.
Doesn't matter much to me.
Hey. And he pauses and puts his hand on her shoulder. It matters a lot to me, though.
And she'll give you a hug and pull away.
No,
I know, but
just remember, no matter what happens, we'll look out for each other, as we've been doing.
okay. You promise?
You trust me, right?
Of course.
Then, trust when I say, this probably won't go so well. But honestly, for some reason deep down, I've had a lot more faith lately.
Does that have anything to do with you and what you've been up to lately? She'll kind of like lean in. Checked in on the little one lately?
I mean, no, I probably should.
Mm-hmm.
And you see a look of dejection on his face and a little bit of guilt. But she's fine. I actually talked to Mirth not too long ago. Not that she's any happier with me these days.
Mm-hmm. How did you know which one I was talking about? She'll like swing to the side and then swing to the other side. I answered awfully confidently.
What do
Do
you
you have
mean?
a favorite?
What do you mean favorite?
Oh, you know what I mean.
Sometimes
play
you say
dumb.
things, and I'm not quite sure whether you're just doing it to get under my skin or if you really believe them. Heaven's fine. She's with Mirth. God knows where her mother is.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And I take
The
it the
last time
rest...
The rest of what?
Don't need to get so defensive. I'm just a measly knight after all. Isn't that what you said earlier? She'll kind of huff.
Don't do that. You know that you're completely different than anybody else here. Look, I knew what you were saying because I feel the same way. You don't have to tease me about it. Heaven's fine. I don't know where Yejin is, but if she really is pregnant again, I'll deal with it after we deal with this.
She'll let out like the longest sigh. Worst mom ever.
Maybe I can be a better father at some point.
She'll
And as
be
for
like,
the others, and he glares very deeply into her soul, as far as I know, there aren't any. And if you catch wind of it, please don't tell Mirth.
no promises. She'll walk forward as you make your way towards your destination. Sometime along the way, you're in your own sort of... I actually forget how the method of travel... could you remind me what you envision the method of travel for the two of you to be?
So the method of travel was like an airship to meet Zygus, and then we are taking like, based on, after Wu reviews the intel that Tyrseth has provided, he decides to request a group of 20 Ice-Ear pawns to accompany them in the airship. Once the airship makes it to their destination, these two individuals will be transported with Zygus separately from the main strike force.
Perfect. As you make your way there, she will bring up one last point. She'll just kind of, while you're bantering back and forth, she'll just say, I don't know if I've been to 10 tons seems like a cool place, but I'd like to go visit it sometime myself.
I mean, Mirth said you're always welcome to go. It's not my fault that you don't think that it's fun to leave battlefields.
Come on, that's a bit of an exaggeration.
The last
wouldn't go that
time I
far.
had to pull you away from killing that dude. We talked about this.
Did I end up doing it?
Would you if I wasn't there?
That's not what I asked.
You're getting too good at this. Fair, you didn't.
And that's when a pawn will walk into the room. They've been spotted, they'll say in a kind of quick, rapid, gravelly voice.
Good. Gather up about 10 of you. Move to the left quadrant. The other 10 from the right.
Sir. I'm treating them like they're soldiers, but they start moving toward the destination that you asked for. And as said, the ship would come into view.
Zygus!
And
Sorry.
the sound of snoring responds to your command. Very loud, very, very sort of extravagant snoring.
Chop chop. We're here.
The bubble will pop as he kind of like sits up. It's been 2 weeks. And the man is his top hat is placed on the table beside him. His suit looking just as shabby as ever, almost like he prefers it that way, with patches here and there and a kind of various handkerchiefs and little tufts of like fur and fluff, maybe from bunnies that he pulls out of his hat at times, and the white raven like flies over and lands on his shoulder as he grabs his cane and sits forward. 5 more minutes? I mean, does it really have to be right now?
Need I remind you that I made a personal request? At least for the next 5 minutes you work for me, I'd appreciate some semblance of responsibility and decorum.
Man, Isaiah hates Zygus. He despises
I'm
this
shocked
dude.
now. I am him.
Freaking despises this man. Like, I understand, but like, still.
It's
Welcome
fair.
back, Isaiah. Did Zygus really trigger you that bad? I'm sorry. I didn't mean to,
You portaled him away, man.
Look, you know how I feel about Zygus, bro. You know how I
Wrong
feel about
lever.
Zygus.
Zygus is a lovable character, as you all will get to know throughout the course of this series. He does one thing really, really well, and that's portals. So we're looking forward to that. Okay.
Does he?
Yes, he's like genuinely like a masterclass like teleportation artist.
Yeah, when he wants to, and even then he misses the mark. So
All right. I don't know Zygus. I'm just kidding. There's been plenty of Zygus slander in this house. So he will he'll get into position, start moving forward. And the person she'll pull down her hood and kind of like shake her long orange hair. All right. Ready.
Don't do anything reckless. Stick with the pawns.
Mm-hmm. Count on me. And then Zygus will
Count on you to cause a ruckus.
She'll give a little laugh in response. And Zygus will rip open. And I gotta listen, call this what you will, but this is smooth, okay? This isn't like a tear. He just goes with his cane, and he goes, and it's like and it's like a perfect oval shape that just, he spawns it out of the air. He cuts through it like scissors through wrapping paper. Just, and you can see the ship is right beside you.
Pretty impressive every time. I guess that's why he keeps you around. And he pats Zygus on the sholdder as he walks.
He'll flush a little bit at the compliment as you as you sorry.
Look, Woo can't start with this much Riz, okay? This is insane.
How many Zygus add to the list?
Yeah, like,
One tally.
oh my gosh.
I
He's
didn't mean
the
it like
magic
that.
card.
I didn't mean
He's
it like
just
that.
like, ooh,
I didn't mean it like
thank
that.
you, Woo.
It's because he never gets. No one ever tells me he does a good job. So it's like one time in 50 years. Let him enjoy this.
No one compliments
To
him.
be fair, that was the most backhanded compliment you could give him. So, like, it's not
He'll
even
take
funny.
it.
Yeah, bro, his standards got to be in the dirt if that got him flustered. That's crazy.
Put him in the Rolodex. Golly.
Anyway,
Got him.
as you make your way through the portal, as you're starting to descend upon the scabbard, what do you do?
Well, at the very least, this should be fun. And then Wu extends his arm and tosses his cloak to the side. Attack!
All
Aura
right.
farming on my ship. Aura farming on top of
We're
my ship.
outside the ship, okay? We're outside.
Aura farming on my. You did the Zuko cloak and everything. Get out of here.
All right. And we cut back to this moment where the crash against the ship is heard, and you make your way, Liria, towards the source of this sudden attack, this sudden onslaught onto your ship. Boom, boom, boom. And the barriers that are holding it up are doing their best. They're doing their best to keep the foes at bay, or whatever the source of this might be. And that's when I think, Wu, you would eventually probably sort of crash through.
Like, I envision it such that Wu has scanned the area. So
Yeah.
there's 2 pincer attacks by 10 pawns each
Okay.
on both sides of the ship.
Yep.
Wu is scanning for an entrance, and he's commanded Smile to just assist the pawns wherever necessary.
Okay, yep.
And I think, should I roll, like, an investigation? Or like,
Sure.
like,
Sure thing. Let's get some rolls in here.
yeah, let's see where.
The second roll of the campaign. Oh my
ship.
goodness.
Hope you like the taste of turrets.
Let's not be too hasty.
A 10. I'm gonna say that this ship's design is unlike any you've encountered before, and it's a bit confusing. It's a bit disorienting. It's, very uniquely fashioned, and that might be why.
Well, if I can't find an entrance, I'll just make my own. But I think as he's contemplating that, he notices something. Over there. And he kind of moves to, like, a section outside of the ship. Oh. Well, that makes it easier. I'm gonna do a perception roll real quick.
Sure. We're having fun with our new sheets. 22.
You perceive nothing.
Yeah. The DC was
Perceive
40.
a sign that says "Get off my ship."
I mean,
No
I haven't
more
boarded.
farming
I haven't boarded any ship. Well, I guess I won't have to do too much. Looks like she's coming to me.
Okay. So do the two of you, can you give me like a rundown of like where you would be in respective to each other?
Yeah, where are you? Where are you?
I'm
Yeah,
still
where are you?
outside. So I'm not like by any main attack force, but I'm still outside the ship, like by like what I think is an entrance, but I'm not entirely sure. But like I sense that like a familiar presence.
Yeah. I would say then that Ace calls back to Hugo. She's been running through the room, so she'll say, Crystal Monarch comms to Scabbard 151 comms. Internal security. Put them up. Genetic biometrics barriers. Keep them up. And she will go out of the ship to meet Wu as
Liria,
it
he'll
goes
call
off
out.
behind her.
Be careful! He's pulling levers. He's doing his thing. You almost hear him start to say like suits, but he lets you handle it and trusts in you in this moment.
Oof, 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 oof.
And you see a Ranker before you, which in your 100 years of like staying quiet, maneuvering, scouting, making sure that you and your people are safe is quite the anomaly. But there is a Ranker standing before you, power evident all around him. Let's show it on screen. Ah,
Nope.
shoot!
So,
Make yourself all shiny.
I'm shiny. Am I talking to Liria, princess of the Rain family? Or Ace?
Am I talking to Sunwoo, my friend? Or Sunwoo the cultist?
The whole cult thing, just a means to an end. And unfortunately, I told you the last time we spoke, still remains true. If you get in the way of what I want, despite everything, I'll have to eliminate you.
And yet you came to me. What is it that you want? You're on my ship.
Well, it's not really what I want. Something, something orders, something, something. Take everyone on board. Kill the stragglers. Seems you still have some value to father.
Haven't heard that name in quite a long time. So,
Same. Well, we can do this the easy way or the hard way. I'm assuming Hugo and So Young are here.
you assume too much. And Liria, she starts, you see the suit starting to activate, to work. You see the colors start to come up. And she pulls her arm up where you know King used to be. And she drags her arm across it. And the Shinsu bow and arrow forms and aims towards him.
Oh.
Make your move, King.
Oh, so we're gonna do this the fun way. Well, forgive me, I haven't eaten today or stretched. And Wu just kind of gets himself ready. And then he just slaps himself in the face. And as he does that, a large wave of air Shinsu just emanates from him. And trust me, it's gonna be fun. And he lunges at Ace at extreme speed.
All right. Awesome. Could I get both of you, or I think we decided to, for people watching, I cut to the end.
We should still roll initiative.
For people watching, yeah. So for people watching, starting with episode 2, we have a combat system that we're returning to, that we sort of have been working on and adapting. For this episode, it's going to be a little bit different than next episode. So keep that in mind. The combat in this episode will not be representative of starting next episode. It's like a special form of combat we're using for today. So keep that in mind. All right, yeah, if you both could roll initiative for me. Oh my god.
Oh my gosh.
Also, I have some very good news. I have some very, very, very good news. I found Dark Wind. I found it. I found it, and I'm so hype. Okay.
That's not great news for anyone.
All right.
Oh my god.
Oh my goodness.
But I'll take this. This is more hype, bro. This is my gem.
Let's see what we got here. Okay, so we rolled initiative here, and it looks as though the person that's getting the first jump is gonna be... it doesn't show the full thing here. Woo, with a 16!
Not me.
Not Liria.
So,
Blinded by the abs. Ah.
above the table, well, we just decided for this that we're doing basic attacks, and then we'll just describe
Yes.
it, and the damage calculation will be the damage calculation based on what we roll there.
That's
If
right.
that works. Okay.
Yes.
So Wu's gonna lunge directly towards Ace and like get within maybe 10 feet of her and just extend his palm and do a basic attack for all intents and purposes. I'll describe it if it hits, but
Sounds good.
Roll to hit.
That's gonna
Nope.
be a 13.
Does not hit.
All right, Ace, if you could give me a description of how you avoid this attack before you launch, assumingly one of your own.
Yeah, no, he's coming towards her. He's super fast. She's not fought him in forever. He goes to unarm, unarmed striker, and she just, kind of swipes it away. She'll let it glide off of her. Very more like acrobatic, very much like, she's not gonna grab it. She's gonna let it kind of dodge it so that she still has her own weapon, still, kind of pulled back.
Yep.
And describe for me. Wu is 10 feet in front of her.
right.
Where are the other,
So
in the vicinity of them?
I think that maybe you like the scabbard is pretty large, right? Relatively. Like there could be a
Relatively.
situation where like you wouldn't be able to see both attack forces on opposite ends at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so like you probably in your peripheral will be able to see like 10 pawns and smile maybe at one side of the ship, and then the other force you probably would not be in your vision at this point. But we're isolated from both of those situations.
So it's just us.
Yeah.
There's no one else
Yeah.
within the range of them.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So I think Ace is going to wrap around, since he kind of dodged. She'll use that to try to wrap around and use this not fake bow. It's a Shinsu formed bow. Instead of shooting it right at Wu, because Wu's so close to her now, with that unarmed strike. He's 10 feet still. No, if he's 10 feet, yeah, she's just gonna put it in front of her and fire it off.
Okay.
Right at him.
Beautiful. Let's see it.
Basic.
Get that basic attack. And I'll say that every clash that the two of you are sharing here.
14.
Doesn't hit.
Okay.
Yeah, so she goes wide.
Go ahead.
Well, it's a Shinsu projectile.
Yeah,
that how it-
she pulled back her bow like a bow, basically, correct?
Right, but like is the project
yeah.
Ruka, like is the projectile made of Shinsu, or like is it like a physical?
No, it's similar to what her cards would have been. It's fully Shinsu, and when it hits the target, it absorbs.
Oh, so if it makes contact, then like.
If it makes contact,
Okay.
yes, but it did not.
But so he barely avoids this, but it's because when he went for the unarmed strike and he missed, he hesitates for a second because he's like, well, much stronger, than I thought she'd be. And he's caught off guard for a split second and is barely able to dodge this, but he still kind of just ducks his head to the right and avoids the projectile and smiles.
All right.
Pretty much
Ace
what I thought.
looks at him. Yeah, she looks at him, and you see kind of like she's kind of breathing a bit heavy as the colors in her eyes are kind of constantly kind of shifting, and they're not landing on a particular emotion. And she looks at him. What are you here for?
I told you, I have orders. I have to fulfill them. If this is the best you got, if you can't stop me here.
I could, but you're not one to take orders.
No, I need you to show me. Then he goes back at her
Once you
again.
can report to father?
I said what I said. and he just
Which is a whole lot of nothing.
he extends his fist while staying in the same place and does the same exact thing.
I think at this point, Liria is close enough to her ship. She's going to step back.
Okay, I rolled to hit, so we can factor that in. But
Oh my gosh!
Let's see what
Actually,
this
no,
roll
go ahead,
exactly
no,
is. I was
before-
damn, that's a 29. Okay. Yep.
Yeah, I'll say before scratch me saying any of that. Go for it.
So he's gonna extend his fist, and he's still like the same distance away from where Liria is at this point. But something about it seems slightly off. Like you can tell that it should hit you. There's no reason why it wouldn't. But it doesn't do as much damage. I'll roll for damage now, but
Yeah, go ahead.
so 6.
Is it something that
So
like pushes her back?
yeah, I'll describe what the attack is. So like instead of like directly focusing on you, shockwave of air shinsu emanates directly in front of you and hits you and the surrounding area and pushes you back, but it seems light. Like it doesn't really hurt, but it like you have the understanding that this could have been way worse, kind of thing.
Okay. So I think Ace, Liria, she gets hit back, 6 damage. You can be like, you know, I think she lets it throw her back so that she goes in, kind of like into her ship to a degree where she's now like kind of shuffling herself back on this one arm and gets right back up to her ship, and she looks at him, and since she's within the ship, you see she gives Wu this look, and a barrier of the ship goes up between them, but Wu might have perceived things earlier, and so she just kind of gives him a look, smirks, wipes the scuff off of her cheek, and runs right into her ship.
Cool. Give me your immediate reaction, Wu, before I describe the next thing that happens.
So Wu is there's just a big smile on his face, and like you can't tell whether he's just having fun with the moment or like if there's something deeper there.
Yeah.
But he's like, well then, hide and seek it is. And he just flies directly into where she went.
And as he passes through the barrier, you think it would stop him, because Ace had told Hugo to put up the genetic biometrics, the barriers, but Wu passes through.
So Wu, you sense that a barrier is put up, almost expecting force. Nothing.
Like I think he would see it and like prepare to like reinforce himself to try and break through it, and is slightly surprised by the lack of resistance. And she said she was prepared. And he continues.
All right, let me interject with something here. Because you're basically chasing after her, Ace. You're like, Liria, you're throwing up all these things and all these obstacles, and it's just like this kind of, again, Ranker battles. For people who don't know, Rankers are the most powerful people in the tower. Of course, there are rankings above that, but they are some of the most powerful people in the tower. So every clash, every like missed projectile, is just like a giant explosion that follows. It's like shaking everything around you. Hugo on his ship nearby is like feeling all the, the ship is rocking just the fight happening nearby at all. But as you make your way into the ship,
as soon as those music, like I imagine like it's like one of those like as soon as they pass through, like the music in Ace's ship is like Dynasties and Dystopias, like it's like that music hits, and she's just having fun at this point. Like it's battle music queued up. It's about to be hilarious.
Well, while this is all happening, in between the two of you, it's first, and this is as random as I'm describing it to the two of you. Like it comes out of nowhere, seemingly. So like at least earlier, you know, Liria, there was some sense of like something's wrong, and then you suddenly felt this. This is a little weird. This is like, it happens before you even have the chance to sense something, whether that's the ship's fault or not the ship's fault, but like the person, it's probably the values and whoever this person is, it's like a strange sensation, but a familiar one nonetheless. Because there's another crash as somebody, boom, seemingly from nowhere, like just appears. And I'm going to ask this individual to describe it in a little more detail because I'm keeping it intentionally vague for you to have fun with. I'm going to pass it over to you-know-who.
Is it me?
It's you. Sorry, actually, yeah, it's you. it's you, that's right.
Okay, so just as the Enterprise in Star Trek, you know, was floating through space, the Kelvin popped up like right in front of it and asked it where it was going. So does the airship gifted to Brack by Gabriel just pops up. Boop. He looks down at the airship. He says to his son, time to go see your godmother. Hope this time she actually has some decent food. Well, let's go. And like in a flicker of an instance, Brack just like kind of runs into the barrier from his airship. As his airship is it kind of looks like Atlantis in the sky, sort of. So you pretty much got like, pretty much kind of marble along with some brick style buildings. You see a big mansion that's on top of a hill, as well as a couple of little guest houses plotted around. It's roughly 3 miles long, 1.5 mile wide. It's pretty sizable. You know, Gabriel did him right. And as he smashes into the barrier with him and his son, he just looks down at you and Wu and goes, "What the hell are you two doing?"
And suddenly the two of you, in the middle, completely unprepared for a sudden arrival of the Double B himself, the Brack Bronson.
Brack, you know there's a front door for you.
Is there?
Aren't you supposed to be?
I specifically programmed it. I'm sorry. No, you're the enemy right now. I need you to sit over there. Keep your abs over there.
Okay, let's not act like this isn't absurd, and we can't take a moment of pause to address that he just dropped in out of nowhere.
I'm sorry, did you expect him to call? I tried that many a times, is why I just have an entrance for him that he didn't even use. Literally, the Brack Bronson break this entrance so that Ace doesn't have to pay more insurance on her scabbards.
Pay the bill.
You haven't
And
paid
you'll forgive it, continue.
any bills since the last time I talked to you, but I'm glad things seem to be going well. How much does that soup cost, by the way?
This one? 1.5.
I swear I'm gonna quit.
Quit? Quit, you say?
Quit.
Quit how? Quit, where have you been?
Just because I did
so
a
you
little
haven't
bit
seen
of
him?
money laundering once or twice in the past doesn't mean that I'm not good with the finances.
That's exactly why you can't quit. You're in the hole.
In the
You
hole,
owe
we're
way
up
more
right
than your
now.
soup costs. Huh?
We're up right now.
Just because we're up doesn't mean you don't owe. The bank needs its money, Woo. The bank needs its money.
Brack, where's your child?
Pep is here. Pep, say hello to your godmother.
Hello.
You
Kid. He's looking pretty big.
Oh my
What's up, buddy?
goodness. Don't remark on the kid. Again, you're Iceer.
The kid will like. Is the kid physically with you, like next to you?
No.
Just
I
over the
was going to
pocket,
bring
right?
him in, but I kind of
Yeah.
left him there. You
Yeah,
know,
yeah,
after I
yeah.
smashed the barrier.
I figured. Okay, so he's
He's up
not
there, I'm
actually
like,
there.
"Hello."
Yeah,
Yeah, so he's
yeah,
like-
from a
he's
distance.
like-
Hello.
Picking up.
Hi. And as he waves,
Hello, Pet
a
Bunny.
little figure
Ooh.
hops onto the kid's shoulder. You see a little frog. You see Horace Velger also wave from Pet's shoulder from the distance.
Oh, this is my nightmare.
Boss, good to see
This
you.
is the absolute worst.
I will just salute Trace.
He salutes you back.
I have no idea what you're doing here. Care to explain? I was in the middle of something.
Oh. Yes, actually, Ace will like step behind Brack.
What do you mean explain? Like what's going on? Hmm? Matter of fact, how did you get here?
Through the front door.
You know.
Seems somebody hasn't upped their security measures.
You let him in?
Or maybe I thought the biometrics should include friends. That was before all this, I guess.
All of what? I just want to see where your resolve is at.
You hit me! Brack, he hit me!
I
I've kept my cool for 100 years.
My
I've
hands
refined myself.
never touched her.
I have
Whoa, whoa,
refined
what is she
myself.
talking
He's
about?
touching me, Brack!
Children! We'll say you're sorry.
No,
We'll say you're sorry or you're not getting dinner.
you don't control my meals.
Teenage face. Always the teenage face. We'll just tell her you're sorry.
None of this. I'm sorry.
You scuffed my suit.
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. I didn't.
How much
Just-
this is?
I just.
Go.
I'm sorry.
There you go.
Aw,
But-
everything's all nice.
You haven't shown me your resolve yet. Nothing's changed. And you showing up here doesn't change that. Do you even know what's happening?
Oh. Don't you dare talk about my resolve. You can apply yourself a lot in 100 years. And I have applied myself to many places and many families. In fact, I saw you with your family once. And we let each other go. However, my resolve has been immaculately crafted. I'm not going to lose it, or show it, or reveal it to you because you decided to bust down my door on Father's orders, which I still don't know what they are. And you scuffed my suit.
I apologize for that specifically. It is a very nice suit.
So things seem to be going better. You know, okay, there was a clash, but Brack was here to, to make sure things are good. I now need all three of you to make a dexterity saving throw, please.
Why Dex though?
I need the
That's
three of you to
where
make
you
a dexterity saving throw.
Where are the saving throws on this sheet?
Can someone slide in to help with that?
Dexterity
Oh, I
saving
see it. I see it.
Bam. Did it roll it?
It sure did. That's going to be an 11 from Wu, a 5 from Brack,
Ooh.
and yeah, it was a good introduction to your character, but and then a 14 from Ace. Okay. Suddenly, in the middle of your conversation,
I rolled the wrong thing. I'm sorry.
Oh, you're right. Reroll.
I rolled a dexterity check, but not a saving throw.
Give me a saving throw. Yeah, give me a saving throw.
Because I'm trying to find it on where
It's
it,
like
again,
right
roll
next
for
to
me.
like
On-
what your dexterity stat is.
So in the
It's, like,
abilities,
under
it'll
it.
say like intelligence.
Oh, in the
your
save.
mod,
Oh my
and
gosh,
It
there we
just
go.
says save, yeah.
Ah,
Y'all, I
didn't
use
need to
D&D
know.
Beyond. This
Fair
hurts me.
enough. 16. That's 2 points
16.
higher. Yeah, absolutely. So, Ace, you're the one that senses it first and is able to dodge out of the way nimbly. Now, none of you get hit by this, but Brack, it lands right in front of you. Suddenly, and it's kind of an eerie sensation because again, you were there to kind of cool things down, and your ship is above and everything. From nowhere, ping! A kunai knife lands near your feet. ping, and it like hits the floor of the ship, suddenly sort of cutting off any dialogue and any conversation that you were having with each other. And the tenseness sort of rises again.
I'll say as soon as that happens, you see like almost like a wild smile on Wu's face that like it doesn't seem positive in any sense. It's like a berserker kind of elation.
Well, we're going to cut perspectives just a few minutes before, somewhere else on the 83rd floor. It's a random bar, seemingly in the middle of it. It's a nice place, you know? It's actually super nice, you know? There's people eating there. There's food. They got burgers. They got beer. They got wine. This is a nice place, you know? Whatever you want, they got it. They've probably even got Ptolemy milk, but you didn't hear that from me. And, you know, as they're going about serving their customers, an individual is near the bar, and the bartender, sort of an older gentleman. If it was real life years, he'd be maybe in his 50s with like graying black hair, kind of slicked back. He's got a nice suit and tie, and you know, whoosh, puts the rag over his shoulder. Classic. He's like a mixture between casual and formal, and he leans forward and asks the individual that has sort of been on his radar since he saw him into the room, "Get you anything? What you interested in?"
This here is a pretty old place, isn't it?
It's got a history, as all places do. Our place just has more of a history.
Bet it does. You've probably seen a colorful character or two come in this place. Heard a few stories.
Maybe a couple.
And then as he's sitting there talking, he just very kind of quickly does this, waves his finger, sort of motioning, seemingly to nobody. But I'm going to say at this point, 4 individuals in kind of a little bit of a spaced out timing get up, and they start like basically slowly starting to evacuate everybody else in the bar.
3 others, correct?
Yes.
3 others that were there all along start moving and shifting everybody out. And the bartender watches it and maintains a cool demeanor, but you can tell there's a drop of sweat that drips down his face that he can't control as he waits silently.
See, I am in the mood for something. I've been traveling a long time now. But, I'm not looking for a drink. And as he says this, he picks up one of the kitchen knives that's on the counter, and he just starts mindlessly kind of twirling it in his fingers. I'm looking for information.
Information? I'll tell you what you wish to know if you leave me and my customers alone.
Your customers are going to be completely fine. You, on the other hand, may not be so lucky.
His breathing starts increasing more rapidly. His heartbeat.
I'm going to
picks
say
up.
in like faster than it takes in the time to blink, he grabs the guy's hand, like that's on the counter,
Yep.
and just whips his arm over and stabs the kitchen knife into his hand through the counter to keep him pinned to the counter.
Ah! And he lets out a roar and the blood spurts from his hand. He starts coughing.
That looks like it hurts. It's a pretty superficial wound. It'll heal in probably a few days, provided you live through the rest of this conversation.
What do you
Now,
want?
You might have an inkling of the kind of person I am. But I don't know anything about you. Let's change that. Oh, except there is one thing that I do know about you. I know that you've been working at this bar for several years now. Built up quite a life for yourself here. This is a pretty popular establishment on this floor, but it wasn't always that way. No, you actually almost went out of business a few years ago until you received an offer. And look, I get it. Money's money, right? A large sum of money just dropped into your lap, and all you had to do to keep it was a tiny favor here, a tiny favor there. I might do it too.
You.
Just one problem though. The person who asked you for this favor. And then he grabs another knife and stabs his other hand, keeping like both hands pinned down on the counter. The person you took this money from, I want dead.
You've got the wrong guy. I mean,
oh, do I? Let's find out. And then he motions again for a girl with white hair, who's one of the three, to come over to him.
She walks forward, and the other two are like casting glances from the back, and kind of, you know, there's an interesting kind of look that they have. And even she will walk forward and like kind of narrow her eyes as she looks at you for a moment. Just a look of like uncertainty that crosses her face. But she does approach.
And John gets up and walks around the counter and just kind of grabs the guy by the back of his head and like pulls his head up so that he's looking at her. Now, my comrade here has quite a little unique ability. See that gauntlet that's on her hand? There's some sharp needles on the end of it. She can actually use that to help with our conversation.
Please, please. You can't make me choose.
Choose? Are you implying that you have a choice here?
If I go against her, then it won't just
Then
be
what?
me. This whole town will cease to exist.
And John kind of motions for her to basically like stab like the gauntlet with the like spikes into his body.
As she reaches forward, wait! I don't like needles. I'll tell you what I can. Just please, no more.
Severina has quite the intelligence network that she's built over the years. And it's not just people from the 10 great families, no. It is ordinary, desperate clowns like you. So, you're going to tell me the names of as many of them as you know. My comrade here is going to confirm if you're telling the truth. If you are, you get to walk out that front door, still breathing. If you're lying, and then Jong puts his hand to the back of his head as a bang charges up like on the tip of his fingers, and it starts to condense smaller and smaller and smaller, but you can feel the pressure in this bang as it gets, you know, smaller and smaller.
This like little force of electricity and Shinsu that kind of coils into a ball. Yep.
If you're lying, well, let's not go there yet.
You're right. She is recruiting more people. No one that I know, of course. She did have some people with her. Some people that have visited me since. That I've given information to. A guy with sharp teeth. A massive frame. a swagger that is so hard to describe, but
Like an elephant.
Feels like unnecessary information on the last part, but
Hey, that's a callback. That's a callback, baby. Baby shark.
he's gonna motion to his comrade to like confirm if this guy is telling the truth.
using just to clarify, her
Using
like
this ability of hers.
Yeah.
She can use her.
yeah, okay. So the fingers kind of start shifting, and you know, you can almost hear the clack 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 sound as she does so. And can I clarify what would be seen from this individual when they use this ability? Like, what would he be able to tell or feel?
So basically, so he would kind of feel like it would. The feeling is very similar to like Shinsu. Like if Shinsu was entering your body, but it would feel like, you know, normally when you take in Shinsu, it is of your own volition, right? So, but this is like, it feels like Shinsu is being pumped into his body, like involuntarily. And for her, what it basically does is allow her to read his body.
Yeah.
Right. So like if he's got a shortness of breath, if his pulse, you know, like
Right.
so if he's speaking when he's you know, giving this information, using that to help deduce whether he's telling the truth or not.
So she kind of like hones in and closes her eyes, but it doesn't take her long to figure out if he is or not. Truth. There's more, there's more! There was another time. A woman with short hair, and she was rather cruel to my customers, even though she promised she wouldn't be. And she had this weapon upon her back. It was like a sphere that I can't explain. The others at least hid their weapons, but she was crueler than the others.
How long ago was this?
This would have been 30 years ago.
And then as this guy is like relaying this information, moments from the last night that Jong would have seen these people start kind of like randomly almost hitting and flashing in his mind, and he remembers, you know, their faces, he remembers like things they said, he remembers sort of how he felt in that moment. And you can tell, and I would say especially for his comrade that's close to him, she can tell that like his body language and his disposition is starting to change. He's less cool and calm and collected, and he seems 100% angry at this person.
She definitely is like, she still has her like hand on the individual, but she like looks over and she'll finally say, "You've okay?"
And Jong just like before it looks like he's about to let go of the guy's head, but then he just lifts it up and smashes his head into the countertop.
Teeth go flying, his suddenly blood starts dripping down his mouth.
And he goes to leave as he's walking back around the counter. Well, you can tell Severina. And then he pauses for like a good minute before he suddenly turns around, and that bang that he was charging fires it straight into this guy's head. Never mind. I'll tell him myself. And like you can tell again, even now that like it's over and this interrogation has sort of started to tighten down, you can tell that even he is like taking a minute to be like, fuck, I kind of lost it a little bit there. As he's like sort of wiping the blood off of him and kind of taking a beat.
All three of your comrades are like silently just watching you.
We're done. Let's get out of here.
Whoa. One of them will like walk forward with like a little bit of a nervous smirk. His white, pale eyes kind of wide, and he holds up, his his hands. He kind of walks forward. He's got a gray sleeveless vest that's open, no shirt. He's just rocking it, like rocking the vibes. He's a pretty thin looking dude, but he's rocking it, and clear as day, the orb in his chest is like pulsing, and he walks forward. You don't do that kind of thing normally. That was kind of whack, bro. That was kind of crazy.
Fine. You would have given too many details on our disposition. And you can tell, like, even him saying, like, you can tell that, like, after he heard what this comrade said, he's like, he can tell that Zhong is sort of using that maybe as a way to justify it. Like, maybe that's not something he would have done, but now that it's happened, he's like, no, we had to kill, like,
he's like, no, for sure. The biggest of the three doesn't say anything, but it's probably the gaze that you feel the most, as it's kind of a sad kind of look that you're not used to seeing directed towards you from the third individual. His shaggy brown hair covering his blue eyes, but the blue eyes do kind of pierce through the poncho-like cloak that he's wearing, and you can tell that the one that says the least is kind of the most surprised by what he just witnessed. But that's when the third, the white-haired girl would walk forward and kind of, straighten her hair a little bit, kind of whip it behind her and say, "Let's keep moving then."
Right. It's been a while since I've checked in. He's going to pull his pocket out, and he's going to call an individual on his pocket known as Cypher.
And the voice that comes from the pocket, normally it's checking in information, making sure things are cool and stuff. But the voice is a little more nervous. It's a little more like, "I have info. Zhong, I found them nearby. They're on your floor."
Who's they?
I picked up on some signals. They're right nearby you. I knew that there was a chance, but I thought I must have been mistaken.
Cypher, take a breath. Who is they?
It's a ship I've never seen before, but it's Ace and Wu, and there's even another ship there. I think Brack.
They even know where. No, now's not the time. Cypher, send me the coordinates. We're leaving.
You got it. That was a lot of unnecessary sounds, but you get set the coordinates. He's got
a yeah, I was gonna say he's got an analog pocket. It takes like a minute to shut down.
Yeah, it starts loading.
Now, Zhong has an ability that allows him to teleport very quickly. And he can use this ability to move multiple people, but when he does that, it takes much longer to do so. So as he's waiting for Cypher to send these details over of like where they're going, you see him kind of close his eyes as he concentrates for a minute. And then you just see him kind of like reach out, almost as if into thin air.
Mm-hmm.
And then he kind of like just brushes his hand on the air, and like the only way I can think to describe this is for anybody who's seen Bleach, the way Aizen and the Rankars enter, where like the air starts to kind of jagger and split as this like really like jagged, almost lightning looking like hole starts to kind of breach into the air, and he just looks at the rest of his teammates. We're moving, let's go.
They reach out, they've done this before, they're ready to move. After the time required, you warp through the lightning, correct? The lightning sending you and your comrades towards your destination, and by the time you arrive, you see the sight before you as you appear out of the thin air. Two ships, one of them smaller, more unique looking, but damaged, clearly damaged. You see that there's fighting happening nearby. There's a bigger ship nearby that's, like multiple buildings kind of combined into one. And immediately your three comrades kind of start looking around. And the white-haired girl will like look over to the one with the vest with the pale skin, and she'll be like, okay, if there's fighting, and he's like, I know, I won't lose it, but there's fighting, right? And he'll like look to you, Jong.
And Jong just kind of looks down at the whole scene. Now, because of Jong's the time he has spent with Brack, would Jong recognize the ship as yours?
Yeah, you've been on it. He's been on it a few times.
Okay. So as he's looking down, he sees the scabbard, he sees like the various Icer forces, and then he sees Brack's ship, and he just kind of has like a, God damn it. This is going to be loud. Yeah, there's going to be fighting.
What are our orders?
Right. And Jong starts to look around the area, and a similar sensation to when Jong would use the lightning pill starts to like occur from his body, but it seems a lot more condensed, as all of a sudden his eyes start to glow blue, and they get those purple like sparks of electricity, but the pupils start to like split and change shape, and it turns into a different, like a very specific pattern as he starts scanning the ship. And you can tell that he's like looking over the ship and analyzing it, looking for something.
Okay, give me an intelligence check. Investigation, whatever
got
it's called.
it.
Investigation. And meanwhile,
I just click the word, right? Like, and then it rolls it. Is it?
Yes, indeed. And I'm going to send a message to somebody here.
We've been playing this campaign for about 4 years. We know how these sheets work. But,
Well, to be fair, the sheets did change.
Speak for yourself, sister. It's 6 months out. I
this
forgot
stuff
everything
changed.
about how any of this
Bro.
works. I'm basically a newbie.
I'm trying here.
No,
I
you're-
appreciate it, but I'll take the fall. I don't know what is going on.
That's a 16.
That's a 16. Yes, it is.
And you're looking for what exactly?
So he is looking for two things. One, he wants to know like how many, different forces, like a rough count, doesn't have
Sure.
to be exact, that are here. And then obviously because of what Cypher told him about who was here, he's seeing
Yeah.
if he can identify those people's
Sure.
Shinsu specifically.
So you see that a number of hooded figures that maybe they should change their outfit, because it's icier. They're fighting outside the ship. Some of them are going back into the ship. There's like clang, bash, boom, pop. Right now they look like they are pretty by themselves. And there's even a moment where you see an individual with orange hair, kind of like you hear the sound of a chainsaw being whipped around, and you are pretty easily able to tell that Icer is here, being led by Smile, one of the knights, one of the leaders, one of the lieutenants, I should say, is a better word, of Icer. And immediately, Kyuko will, his orb starts like lighting up. Come on. Send me in.
All right. Here's the plan. One of the knights is here. It looks like she's the one in charge of the pawns. Get rid of every single one of the pawns. Not a single one of them leaves this ship alive.
You got it! And I can do that
And-
myself if you want.
Yeah, and because as soon
Yeah.
as he pipes up, he
Yeah.
puts his hand up. Keep it under wraps. Do not transform even once. Understood?
He'll sigh, but then, but Yuling will be like, understood, and Gohan will just nod.
And as for the knight herself, keep her alive. Detain her if you have to.
All right. They nod, and then when they start breaking up and start rushing in towards the action and start fighting the pawns. And there's, just immediately Yuling, boom, lighthouses appear all around her as she's ready to support her comrades as Gohan starts bowling in there. Boom, 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 throwing out punch after punch after punch. And the orb center thing on the chest of Kyuko starts lighting up even more as he immediately starts dissipating and laughing, and his parts of his body begin shifting very mildly. Not enough to invoke what you warned him not to do, but enough to get ready to enter his combat state.
And then as soon as they jump off and leave, John pulls out his pocket again and calls Cypher back.
Are you there? The voice responds, still sounding a bit panicked and nervous.
Yeah, I'm here. And it's worse than we thought. It looks like everybody's here. Well, mostly everybody. Listen, it's time. I need you to make your way to the scabbard. Do not engage with anyone until I give you the all clear.
Okay, I'll wait for your signal.
See you soon. And he hangs up the pocket. And then he just takes another long exhale as like he just got off of like a 16-hour work shift, and like then this call came in, so now he's back on the clock. Okay. Guess it's time for... And then he pulls a kunai knife out of his jacket.
Yeah.
Guess it's time for a family reunion. And then as soon as he continues to scan the ship, and as soon as he locates where, the commotion is, where these three are, his eyes glow again as he just whips this knife with like incredible speed straight at that location.
Boom! And Brack, that knife lands closest to you as you all whip around and see.
So, if I can make one small change,
all right,
I'm actually going to say the person it lands closest to is Wu, not Brack.
Okay, that works. Brack, for a moment you think it lands near you.
Quick question. Can I roll real quick to what would it be? Hold up. First, John, has Brack seen you do this before? Over the times we've met up or anything like that?
I'm gonna say no. Not okay. Exactly what he's about to do, no.
Okay, then cool. Brack lets it happen.
When you all whip around...
Roll for get off my ship.
You all whip around and you see a person floating in the air. Their eyes, that purple glow you described earlier, staring down at you.
And I'm going to say in no time at all, the next thing that happens is there's this like, kind of the feeling I would describe is like, when you get hit with like a light gust of wind. There's like a light gust of Shinsu that feels like it gets pushed into like where you guys are. And then that kunai knife, it like jitters for a second before it disappears. And then Jong is right there. He's standing right where that knife was. And he instantly lights up a Centauri and he aims it at Wu.
All right.
It was only a matter of time till you got here, I guess. You bastard. Couldn't let me have any fun.
You having fun? That's never a good thing.
But we're gonna do this now then. When you and I both know the truth. Really. You couldn't have waited. I'm assuming your people outside. Oh, Jesus. Laura.
Don't you worry.
I have to...
She'll be just fine.
Are we seriously doing this again?
Between
I left you idiots 100 years ago in the same exact situation and you haven't worked it out yet? Get off my ship!
I'll leave.
Take it outside.
I'll leave. We still need to talk. And he looks directly at Liria. And I am sorry, because that is a great suit. But
it would have been fine.
We're not letting this go. And Wu like approaches Zhong very angrily. And he just stares him down. The last one was a fluke. And he puts his hand out.
And like almost, in response, he does the same thing. He puts his hand out. This time you're not going to be so lucky.
The last one was a fluke. At least if I could tie it up with this. And Wu just goes, rock!
And John kind of mutters to himself. Paper.
Scissor!
Shoot!
should we just do a base?
Yeah, I don't actually know how we would do that.
Ah, didn't think this far ahead, did you?
No, we didn't.
Well.
Not really. I think just
Wait, are they
regular
literally gearing up
What
to attack? Like, are they, or are they just being silly?
This is the silliest thing possible.
Yeah. They're just being silly.
Yeah.
Ah,
While they're
so-
being
so-
silly,
wait, you wanna
Ace
just-
is going
I'm
to
just
get
gonna roll
further
a
back into the ship.
d20 for
okay,
who
got it.
wins.
Yep.
Okay, so we'll just say like whoever rolls highest.
She's
Yeah.
just
one.
back and like starting to go through.
Wait, D20. Where's mine? Oh, here we go. That's you.
Yes! It's even now. I knew the last one was a fluke. That bit I
You see, like-
told Tyrseth that business over on the 82nd floor that made no sense. But now I'm justified. It's
And
25.
you see, like as soon as it happens, John kind of pulls his hand away. Whatever. You just got lucky once. Don't get cocky.
Whatever. Now, by all means. It's been a long time, brother.
Let me guess. Tyrseth sent you here on another retrieval mission?
Let me guess. You got the information you needed, and you know just as well as I do. We're running out of time.
Yeah. It's bad. Real bad. But
Well,
I'm hoping we can change that. All of us. And then he kind of turns and now addresses Brack and Ace or Liria.
Liria, while you guys were doing that, like had already started distancing herself. Like she was like walking away, you know, to get further back into her ship.
Hold on, Your Highness. We do still need to talk.
I said I was sorry, but I genuinely am. I didn't mean to hurt you, if even a little. Had to make it look realistic.
The time to talk could have been within the last 100 years, and you're telling me to stop? And to give you my time?
I understand.
After I looked for you?
I understand that this seems crazy, and I understand even more so that it doesn't take into account your feelings, but I'm telling you right now.
Exactly, it's inconsiderate. It's not crazy, it's inconsiderate.
It's inconsiderate, but it's with your well-being at heart. I know
You've
you.
never once checked on that.
I couldn't. Genuinely. Nor would it have made any sense for me to. You've built something for yourself. I saw that from the outside looking in. Ultimately, there's bigger things going on still with Iceyear than anybody truly realizes. And it involves you. And I did my best to be privy to it and keep the people I care about safe as best I could. But there's no holding it back anymore.
You didn't think for maybe a second that I could have been prepared?
No. Even today, you far surpassed any of my expectations. It's just, I didn't really have much room to move.
I wasn't trying.
I know. Would have been more fun.
Not for me. But, she points to Jong. Why are you here? Especially without her. She's your clearance. So speak fast.
Listen. The way things ended, we all last saw each other. It made more sense to split up and go dark, the way we did. But things have changed now. And with the way Iceyear is moving, and with the tools they now have at their disposal, they can make bigger plays. Because they know what they're after now. Iceyear's not just here to sink your ships for the fun of it.
So, let me get this straight. 100 years ago, we all entered into the ritual. And we made a promise before then not to make any plans without the others knowing. And we fell apart to pieces. And you're telling me that this entire time, in the 100 years that I've suffered and built by myself, that you had a plan the entire time, that all of you had some sort of plan. You're making it sound like we went dark on purpose, which makes me think that there was something that you have not told me. And don't you dare say it was for my own protection. That's bullshit.
You're not wrong. But also there's more to it than that. And I was lost for a period of time too. Even if I wanted to reach out to you, I couldn't have. But
Look,
I
guys,
promise you.
as much as I'd like to stand here and rehash out 100 years of feelings, the reason I'm here is important. Ace, there are people on this ship that are in immediate danger. Do you understand that?
So you know everything.
I can protect my own.
Well, I am going to interject as the god of this world and have the four of you roll religion for me.
Religion.
My favorite roll. Let's
I mean,
get
it's my favorite
religious.
I mean, I boosted
Not
this
mine.
for a reason because I was tired of this
Yeah,
nonsense.
you do. You do. That's a 17 for Lyria, a 24, you weren't kidding,
Wow,
from
I
Wu,
boosted it for a reason,
a
bro.
14 from Jong,
Oof. Not my strongest one.
just
but
waiting on Brax with his a 10. Okay, very good. Brack, you gotta go to church more often, man. What's going on? Like, what are we doing, man?
Raise the
Take me
money.
to church.
You know, always trust, you know?
Money.
It's right on the back of it.
Yeah,
He said,
no
"My
wonder.
God is the dollar bill." What?
Well, all right. So I'm gonna say that Wu, you sense this first. It's almost like how I described it earlier with like Brack, but it's different though. But it's a unique feeling, a unique sensation. Something not related to Shinsu. In fact, if anything, maybe even like the king part of you, which is this kind of being that rests within you, is
Above
almost
the
sensing
table, we're
it.
in communication, so he could say something to me if he really wanted to. But
Yeah. Okay, let's say that. I like that. Let's say that King is the one, the being inside of you, this ancient being, senses something wrong, something weird that's approached. And it kind of like, just in a couple words, like, stay sharp, something like that.
oh shit!
And that's when you kind of hear this, all of you kind of hear this like sound, like the air kind of beating for a second. And a single feather, single feather like falls through the air. And we're gonna cut POVs. We're gonna change our perspectives once more. You guys aren't gonna believe this.
Let's do this one more time.
Let's do this one more time, shall we?
Another one.
Someone has been quite patient as we've waited to cut to them. And so here we are. A ship. I feel like I started this way already, but a ship soaring through the expanse around you on the 83rd floor. You've received the information, but you're on a call currently. You're the only one on the ship. You're used to that, though. You're used to being the solo individual sent out on the mission. So that's nothing new. But the information you have received, and that you're currently being briefed in more detail about, is different than usual. And that's what we're going to pick up. And I'm sure I'll play with this to find a good one, but that's the wrong one. Yeah.
It's a honky tonk up in here.
You heard it for like a
It's
second.
just me on a honky tonk ship.
No, I do want to go with a kind of weird vibe.
Hello. Welcome to
Okay.
CVS Pharmacy.
We gotta stay consistent here. No, I
If you
love
would
that
like
though.
to schedule your vaccinations, please press 1.
Oh
Sorry.
my god.
I've waited so long, I'm a little punch drunk, okay?
No, it's great. I need that's good.
Operator.
Please stay on the line, and our most our representative will be with you shortly. Current
God,
wait time
representative.
5 hours and 32 minutes. Thank you for choosing CVS Pharmacy. I did not think this is how it was going to start.
No, me neither, but it's great. It's great. It's good. Anyway,
I can't battle popcorn, and I will.
You should get hired. You're on the ship, and you're talking. You see this face to face through the lighthouse. You see your boss, one of your bosses. His lizard-like eyes kind of scanning around as he holds up a document. His dark red skin kind of gleaming in the reflection of his own lighthouse. And he has his cap off currently, so his black hair is looking a little more disheveled than usual. And he's got his white gloves off, and he lets out a long sigh. You sure you're up for this? How long has it been since you've seen them?
What are you talking about, sir?
He kind of gives you a look through the lighthouse.
I'm supposed to be investigating this sector for ICER activity.
And how long has it been since you've encountered ICER? Since the last kill?
2 weeks?
Not bad.
Still not enough for Squadron Commander Longinus, but I make my due.
Well, we have received reports of activity in that area. Maybe you can send Longinus more of a report after today that'll procure another lesson. I know he's been busy.
My license to kill?
You do. Doubly so if it's a night.
Fantastic.
And he pauses and then says, there is also another thing pertaining to Longinus that you should know. People have been asking about your rank. If anyone asks, you know what to say, right?
Yes, sir. Company Commander.
Good. It's always Baksu. But... but now that he's in our squadron, we have to maintain appearances. We can't have him asking too many questions, him or his followers.
I warned the squadron commander of how much of a liability he was.
He knows, but Squadron Commander Longinus is never one to turn down an able-bodied man.
They're an assassin squad. What use does Longinus have for them?
They may not be hunting ICER like you are, but they're loyal. He values loyalty. And as he says that, he kind of blinks, as if a thought crosses his mind, but continues. And you've been awfully loyal. I'm sure you'll get... From what I hear, when you're not here, he's looking forward to your next lesson.
And I look forward to it.
Good. And then suddenly, bloop, he puts a hand to his ear. He kind of turns away. I'm talking with her now. Good. Very good. And Scopio will turn back. Change of plans. Something's been spotted. A spike. Ranker activity in the area. We were right to know that something was going on.
All right, and you'll see like a partial like metal wing cover one of her eyes. She seemingly gets like similar information, and then it
yeah.
desummons. Lovely. Coordinates have been received. Am I free to follow?
You're free to follow, investigate, and if you deem it necessary, kill on sight.
Understood. And then you'll see, like, the back door of the ship will open, and she'll just back up towards it, salute, and then fall backwards out of the ship as her wings summon.
Goddamn. Cool. Yeah, so you fall through the air, and you're fast. As soon as you pick up those coordinates, boom, you're out. You are zooming, honing in on this target, and it does not take you long to immediately realize there are multiple rankers here, all in one area. You know, if things continue to escalate, I mean, who knows if the administrator could get involved, if this is completely out of nowhere. No one had expected this. This was not sanctioned. And this is an area that, you know, typically doesn't have this kind of activity, which is maybe why Ace chose it, Liria. And so, I don't know, maybe.
Well, now it's a party. Everyone knows.
Yeah, and now it's a party.
I'll do it again.
Let's go. And you see it, that both ships come into view, the bigger one, the smaller one, the damage that's dealt to the smaller one, the signal of the ranker activity is there. What do you do?
So as she's flying in at, like, a ridiculous speed, like, the air around, or the air of the Shinsu around her, it's, like, quiet. It's like a deafening quiet around her. Like, you don't hear the sounds of the floor or the bugs of the air or anything. She's silently moving at a very fast trajectory, and that same visor now covers both eyes as she flies, calculating the coordinates as she goes, as it's fed to her. When she sees the spike of activity as she nears the coordinates, she also sees more blips on the ground. And how many pawnish blips does she see?
Oh, I would say a good handful, you know, immediately picking up 5,
handful.
10, you know, and maybe more. Yeah.
Okay. So she sees them. Does she see a larger marked target
Give me an investigation.
outside? Okay, I can do that. And she's got her visor up. Let's see. Hold on.
Take
There
your
it is.
time.
At this point, Hugo is on the other ship, just like,
Yeah.
I mean, like in the deeper, just like all this is unfolding around.
He's
Poor
like
man is
he's
stuck
like
in the-
keeping the ship together. A
Exactly.
20.
It would also be +2 because she's got her visor on, but I don't have.
Ah, ha, ha, ha. 26. Shoot. That's a good point on the visor. You sense a knight clearly marked in the vicinity, and not just any knight. It's Smile, otherwise known as Laura.
You see, kind of like, well, nobody sees, but a devilish grin kind of like creeps across her face as she moves that direction. She's not worrying about the ranker activity for the moment, because she's also noticing as she gets closer, it's starting to get distorted,
Yeah.
and jagged, stealth-like objects are kind of obfuscating that intel as she comes closer. And she is going to, from the air, and she's very high up, whatever stragglers are outside the ship.
Yep.
And this is when you all hear this initially, is this deafening quiet happens. So there's bickering going on inside, but it's just like, thump. It's quiet. And Team Nami, question mark?
Team Nami, John Squad.
Whatever they're doing on the outside, like 7 of the pawns that they might have been engaging with, they just crumble, basically. It's like the Shinsu got sucked out of them. They're just poof, gone. And then as she flies in, she's scanning for Smile. Does she see Smile? Or does Team Nami have her?
Yeah, so currently, Gohan is fighting the big guy, boom, 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 throwing out those punches. He looks like he's wanting to, you know, he's throwing out the punches towards Smile, but Smile is, she's whipping that chainsaw around, but she's not wearing the clown makeup that people would know from the original series. She's got her long orange hair. She is wearing like battle garb, with like, you know, like a spiked plate on her shoulder. It's like almost like a mixture of the two. As she, you know, she has like a she's looking like she's like wearing out an outfit for battle, but it's still like a skirt, so it's like a mixture, right? And so she's whipping around the chainsaw, and boom, boom, boom. Gohan is like throwing the punches, and he had taken out a pawn himself, so he's no slouch, but he's being pushed back. Smile is clearly stronger than he is, at least without him going any further. But the second he whips around and sees you, Smile will also look up, and a look of shock appears on her face, and she'll like stop the fighting.
And immediately, like, very quickly into her comms piece, says Escopio. Night Smile's in front of me, engaged with 3 unknowns. Do I have permission to kill all?
Permission to kill.
Very good. And you see this enormous spear apparate from her inventory, and it's coated in this, like, I would say, like a black, dark blue-green-esque essence. And all of Team Nami and Smile can feel like this pooling of anti-Shinsu.
Mm-hmm.
The chainsaw stops working. They feel less invigorated. And you see her rear back to throw it.
Mm-hmm.
Anybody want to stop it before
So,
I throw it?
So I want to say that around this time, you all would be sensing this. And
There's
Wu,
nothing.
you would...
There's nothing that I would stop. You
So-
know what I'm saying? Like, this thing is already
it's-
happening. So like, oh, how can I stop this? It's not really possible.
So,
Go ahead, Ace.
question.
Liria.
Does Ace sense the nothingness in her body?
100%. You haven't felt
Like,
this in a long
With
time.
how yeah, okay, so with the with Liria kind of like she's with how the last conversation, like how the conversation was going, she's been dying to just walk away, to get out. She's so mad. She's just kind of need to cool, whatever. Like
Fair.
Jung dares to speak to her, and she's like, I'm going to leave my own ship right now.
Mm-hmm.
But also I think she feels, as soon as she feels that feeling, she knows. It's been 100 years of melding with the essence. And the absolute, like, she felt anger, but now she feels it differently. And that's not good. That scares her for a second, because she hasn't felt that in a long time.
Yeah.
And so, and because with what Ace has gathered via her own sources, she knows that it comes with the hefty price of being associated with jihad. And that's not good. And so I think Ace instinctually pushes past the guys or walks around them, whatever they're doing to having these conversations. She's going to walk, like, or not even walk, like just kind of fast. You kind of see this purple Shinsu glow at her feet as she goes faster towards the entrance of the scabbard, and she sees Eden, and for that split second her heart breaks all over again.
No!
But she goes, in her internal monologue, she's like, now is not the time. And she, once again, just instinctually always has to save Eden from herself. And so she throws out. You see Ace finally pull a card, and she's like, Eden, no! And she just throws this card out, and she activates Keeper's Fortress over Eden.
Ah, yes. This is one of your new techniques as a ranker. Can you describe what Keeper's Fortress does for me?
So Keeper's Fortress, it's a glowing kind of like yellowish Shinsu that can be in card form or any form. Ace chooses to throw it as a card for distance. And so initially, Keeper's Fortress is to protect people inside from any type of Shinsu attack. It can't go in and it can't go out.
Yeah.
So with that in mind, and she can cast it as a reaction.
Mm-hmm.
So as she is reacting to Eden, this reaction is to contain Eden within her own self. So like if she were to fire that, like her Shinsu, whatever she's doing, because it's the essence of everything, it's derived from the essence of everything.
Yeah.
It basically makes her null and void. She can't shoot out of it, and nothing can shoot into her until she comes out of it, and it's a big dome. So I think Ace kind of throws it, and as she throws it, she follows it. And waits for either that split second that either the attack is nullified or Eden drops it so that she can then enter the dome and face Eden.
Okay. Eden would obviously halt the throw, noticing that once the dome wrapped around her, the nothingness, like, reacts and retracts completely. And so quickly desummons Justice and turns to face Liria, still with her wings in the air.
Are you alone?
You'll see the visor desummon as well.
Did you say the wings dissipated?
No, the wings are
yes,
up. The visor desummons and Justice desummons back
Okay.
into her
Let's
inventory.
so now that they're face to face, I'll go ahead and
Get the art.
I'll go ahead and show
Yeah,
here.
The art. I want the art. Look at her.
She'll look at Liria, and her expression is pretty blank. It's similar to what you remember from about 100 years ago, but the scars are new, and she just kind of looks at Liria, and the sound is back. The coldness of the air is gone, and Liria would know that her essence nullifies Eden's nothingness pretty effectively. And so all of that dissipates, so she's just looking.
Are you alone?
If you're worried about the army is not with me.
Of course I'm worried about the army.
You don't have to worry about them.
The army took a lot more from me than you realize.
You should be more concerned about Aesir.
I'm concerned about all of them, and apparently everyone is here.
There's a spike of Ranker activity in my Aesir investigations, and now I'm here.
Under Jihad.
I wouldn't wear this for fun.
Yes. And she kind of like looks at the outfit just with like this look of just disgust. As she looks up. At least you're not wearing that damn hat.
You'll see for the first time a little smirk come from her face. You always detested that, didn't you?
I detest the people who wear it. So thankfully, at least I can tell myself for now that this is justified. But I've not seen you in a long time. I've kept tabs on you, and now you're coming here. But whatever. And she just like... She almost looked like she was going to offer a hand for a second. And lowers it back down. Does Ace know Eden's title?
Unless she's done digging into Jihad's army specifically.
Yes, she absolutely.
Then she probably knows company commander.
That's where Baksu is. She needs to know.
Hey!
She would know Eden's like official rank of company commander, but she probably wouldn't know the special title.
Okay. So he's just gonna look at her. Company commander, Eden. Follow me. We have a reunion.
Ace.
And don't blow anyone up. What? And no, wait, Ace actually stops. Turns. It's Liria.
I know. But I'm no longer a either. It's just company commander Eden. I owe no lineage to them anymore.
Right. Well then, company commander Eden. Please follow me into the ship. Don't trip or kill anyone on your way in. Unfortunately, not everyone got the message. I didn't know that I would be hosting today. So please, follow me.
I'll stand down for my orders. Only for you for now. If there's an
I
Aesir,
appreciate the consideration.
if there's an Aesir member though that you're fraternizing with, I'll make my decision.
Ace just gives her a look like. The royal facade like drops for a second, like, the fact that you, and she just like turns on her, and, like, marches back with all of them, and like stuff is she like the dome goes down enough,
Before the dome go
disintegrates,
And
down. I was gonna say before the dome go down, while y'all
join
are
us in the dome
talking.
of secrets.
Huh?
Join us in the dome of secrets.
No, Brack is like right there, like he followed behind you when you went into the dome, but he couldn't get in, so he just has his face pressed on the dome. And he's like, "Hi, Eden."
this music is perfect. You just like it left me out in the
Brack.
brain.
Brack, you can walk in. You know how this dome works,
Huh? Do I?
old man. You can literally walk through. It just blocks your shins to attacks.
And Brack is just still there with his face pressed on the dome, like, I don't think I
You
can.
have to believe, man.
I'm believing.
Oh.
It's just not doing.
Get your slobber off my dome. Let's go
I'm not
inside.
doing it on purpose.
Oh, this day. This day.
And Brack, you would see like Eden's like scarred eye, like give him a quick once-over. And I want you to roll perception for me, just for funsies. I just want to see if you clock something.
Ooh.
Clock something. I got something to say about that.
Okay.
Let's see. Oh, I got it.
Perception.
Wow. Oh, this is where we at with perception now? That's crazy.
Yeah.
Y'all are okay.
Okay.
16.
You had to beat her passive perception, which is like 19. So you don't clock it. You just see like that eye twitch funky, and that's about all you get.
Brack was just like, whoa.
Ace like pushes Brack, like she at the dome, like it was Brack, and then there's Ace, and she just like pushes him back, like off of her dome, and it's just like, you just walk through. You just walk through.
Brack tries again to get.
I need you to know this because when I use this inevitably on you, you need to know that you can walk through.
Brack gets stuck with the dome again, and he just goes, I don't think I can. I can't. There's gonna be a reason in the future. I'm gonna explain why, but for now, that happens.
It's
There's
fine.
lore behind that.
I am Liria Rain. I am calm and collected. We are fine. We have trained for this. Everyone follow me into the scabbard ship.
So, as you make your way back, just a couple, like literally just a few seconds before, Wu Smile would run up to you.
I was gonna say it's not really that simple, cause like Wu was distracted for a split second with Zhang appearing, but even getting a sense of what happened out there is just daggers at Eden.
Smile would stay right by you, as the other pawns were pretty much annihilated. There's no one left between Eden
And that was expected with the mission casualties. You know what I mean? But,
Well, commander isn't ready to make sacrifices.
I'm glad they're all dead.
That's a
to be honest
sacrifice
with
I'm
you.
willing to make.
That lightens my report. You know, you have to say it.
All right. Yeah. But she would stay right nearby, and you can see her like she's breathing heavily, and she has her hands around the necklace, like ready
Hey.
to pull if she needs to.
Remember, you don't need to rely on that. I'm right here. It's okay. I'm sorry.
And for a moment, like a blaze kind of lights up in her eyes before she calms down.
Laura, I'm right here.
Is the place purple?
Yeah, it is.
Eden clocks that immediately. I knew I should have absorbed that.
Try it again.
I knew I should have absorbed that.
Forgive me if I get out of place here, but I don't have time for this. This
You
one
never have
isn't
time for
necessarily-
anything.
Okay. Try me then. Let's see if you have the resolve I've been looking for. And he says that above the table, this is like him this is something that's been on his mind. So like, this is his opportunity to try
And
eat it in a different way.
Ian will just put her hands in her pockets again. Unlike you, looks at Wu, and you, looks at Zhong. I respect Liria's space. So no, I'm not going to play your little silly games. Even though I have orders to kill both you and your side chick on sight.
Okay.
You're living on borrowed time, so whatever you have to say, you better have time for it, or I won't have time to disobey my orders.
You're already disobeying your orders, so now I'm no longer afraid.
You should.
You
Do not
still
make me
have.
put the dome back up.
You
I
still.
I will put the dome back up.
You still
I won't.
have. Liria. All I'm trying to say is. Even the capacity to just say that means. There's some semblance of the person I used to know there. If she has these orders, she could have done it already. Or at least attempted to, and she hasn't.
She did. I blocked it. You're welcome.
And
At
Lyria,
any
by
rate-
now, you would start to feel the nothingness starting to repool in Eden. After
I feel.
she's not channeling
feel,
it. She's not channeling it, but it's starting to just refill the vessel.
I
that she
vividly
is.
feel the tension, but here's my pivot. Like, you can take it or leave it, but this is my pivot. Either way, it remains the same. And I am sorry, and I owe you all an apology. It's the first time we've all been in a room in who knows how long. At the very least, can we take a second and hear each other out?
What an amazing idea, Wu. I'm so glad you mentioned it. I would love for all of us to figure this out, but Zhong knows something. Wu, you know something. Brack, I think he's just here. I don't know why he's here. And Eden, you have orders to kill everyone else in the pod, so...
No, just only the marked Aesir
Shall-
members.
Okay. So, shall we... Actually, I have a room for this. Normally, it's for ambassadors of families, you know, different high-level... You know, it's essentially an overglorified little ship conference room. So, why don't we go there? And we take our chairs, and we sit, and we keep our Shinsu to ourselves for a few minutes. Okay. Thank you.
We only have so much time.
Anyone want wine? Snacks?
Please.
Might as well. Awesome, amazing.
Think I
would have
could
a
use
we have
some
a little
wine,
mini
says Smile.
Smile.
The last time you drank... Never mind.
That doesn't
Let her have
matter.
a
I
bit.
need to calm down. And this is
Let
when
her
Team Nami, the rest of Zhong's, the three that he has acquired since the last time you saw him, they kind of glare and Smile kind of like readies herself. But Gohan will finally speak to you, Zhong.
Yeah, well, I would have said while everybody was doing like all of this stuff, he would have intercepted the three of them.
Yeah.
Excuse me. And like noticing now that Smile is back here with Wu, and there's no way they'd get close to her, he just kind of like, you know, huddles them all together and just tells them, "I'll take this from here. Head back to base."
Wait, come on, says Kyuko. He's like, wait, come on. But what if there's more fighting? You're gonna need us.
John just kind of like puts his hand on his shoulder. "I'll be fine. Just go."
Fine, says Gohan. You haven't been fine all day. And
This is not fine.
Kyuko says, "Listen, I know the person you're chasing killed your mom. and then that's when Yuling is like, shut up. I know that the person we're chasing after it's sensitive stuff, but like, and then Yuling will just sigh. We just don't want you acting rashly, making a mistake.
You know, and he says this to like the 3 of Team Nami members just very blatantly. I'm pretty impressed by your movements. Not only did you subjugate an entire force from Aesir, but you stopped to smile too. Stop talking before it annoys me.
There's some whiplash there from the 3 of them, but Hugo will be like, "Oh, you want to talk, big guy? You want to go?"
John just puts your hand
he
on his
actually
shoulder.
said that?
Yeah.
Don't worry, guys. Do what I said and head back to base. He's just full of hot air. And John like stares directly at Wu.
Wu just like shakes his head like, I will kill them if you don't shut them up and remove them from my presence, bro.
The 3 of them will leave though. They'll like give a nod and then depart back to headquarters, leaving just the 5 of you plus Smile, plus a Hugo that finally rejoins you all, and he's like he walks over to you, Liria.
Like he's an animal.
He walks over.
We're trying to
just
wild
like,
Hugo.
Yeah. What is going on? And he'll tag along as well now that things have calmed down.
Yeah, Ace just looks at Hugo. Liria. He can tell just from being with her, for 100+ years, that, one, something is very wrong just from the fact of, like, everyone's here.
Mm-hmm.
This facade is different, whatever. But two, if he catches Eden being there as well, a certain concern regarding Ace's own essences.
Yep. He will clock that and stick close by and not say anything yet, but understanding where you're coming from, he will remain there and kind of like, just by his presence alone, sort of act as another shoulder to carry the burden that you're feeling.
Look.
Yeah, Ace will guide them all to the conference room.
Yeah.
We don't have a lot of time. As a matter of fact, this has devolved into something that I didn't envision would take this long. We have a problem. I don't know how many of you are aware, but it's time that we get on the same page, and this is the only time I've had to say this.
But
we really...
Are you sure? Smiles. You're gonna tell them everything?
Laura, relax.
It's not even set in stone. Father might not.
I don't care. I don't care. This is the only time. And this is the only time we're gonna have.
Ace's gonna sit down. She's gonna sit down at the head chair in this little like mini conference room. Like her mini, kind of like throne-esque, and all the other seats. Tell us and do it properly.
Look, before I tell you, and this is just above the table, I really have to go to the bathroom. Can we take our break?
Yeah, well, I posted in the Discord. Maybe you didn't see. I posted a little something there. We can
go real quick, and we can have Brack talk to Big H, because...
Oh, do that. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I want to see that. I'll just hold it down until then.
No, yeah.
Oh my God.
We're saving the meme reel for next episode, but if you need to go, it's all good, bro. I don't want to force you.
Nah,
we can take 5 minutes and talk above table. Just go.
I still want to see that. All right, fine.
We'll talk above table real quick for 5 minutes.
Fine.
Yep. We'll do just a brief above table here. Bathroom breaks for everybody while we play some chill music here. Because normally we would take our break here, but I think I want to keep things going for today, and then we'll start doing the memes and fan art next week. Which, by the way, if you're new to this, or it's been a while and you don't know, we do show off memes and fan art that are posted in the Discord every week, or every episode, I should say now. And so you can go to the Discord, post some memes and fan art if you want to have it featured in the next episode. That'll be starting next time. We have a decent collection that we've built up, which is rather exciting. So, let's talk above table for a second here. Are things
God.
going as we expected? Are things similar? Are things sort of, you know, more or less feeling okay as far as like the vibes go?
We're totally not gonna rip
Vibes
each other's
in.
heads off. It's fine.
Good to be back.
I formed this new accent for Liria. And I was like, she's mature now. It's been 100 years. She's been trying so hard to craft this facade of like proper, like, I'm a negotiator, all this stuff. And I was like, I bet she'll lose it the first episode because of what they're gonna put her through. And I was right.
Wow.
You were right. You were right. I'll actually take
I
1
was
second
right.
to I leave the stream in your guys' heads.
Okay. I gotta put more lippies on. How we feeling, chat?
Oh,
Oh, you've got a
they're
question.
asking about the fan.
Mm-hmm.
The fan? Listen, so this was already a really cheap fan, so I don't know if it kind of came built this wonky, but these parts are definitely, oh, I just broke it more. Nope, definitely didn't come like that. That was supposed to be glued, so it is technically broken, and also it smells really bad. So just know that, like, when I'm going like this, I'm suffering, but I'm suffering so that people can have their moment and not, like, have me being like, the entire time because of the audacity that is going on in this chat. I'm glad that all the characters are chill and not crashing out whatsoever. And this needs to go. This is gonna be
Retired.
gone by the next. I don't know what I'm gonna replace it for. So this is the first fan on the fan counter is gone and dead because it smells. It's already broken, and it's just I'm disappointed. 2 out of 10. Would not get again. I don't know. Give me ideas for like a theme of my next fan, because this is the so Aces 2 is called the Crystal Monarch. So this is the I got butterflies,
Heck yeah.
but I need a theme for
which
the
also-
next one, and it can't be
Random real world thing. If you do see monarch butterflies in the wild anymore, consider yourself lucky because they're extremely endangered, which is really sad. Baguette asks, have we seen the character designs before the episode? And I'm going to take lead and answer this. You'll enjoy something later that will answer that question. Just saying. That's all I'm going to say.
That's something.
designs
Hold
before
up.
the episode.
Mm-hmm.
Is there more?
Yes, Milios, there's more.
Oh damn. Ain't more? Yeah.
Oh well, like okay, listen. There may or may not be a certain intro that wasn't at the front, at the back.
Yes, that.
True.
Come back and start coughing.
That's what we meant.
You shouldn't have hinted at it.
yeah.
You shouldn't be surprised, you know.
You two aren't monarch butterflies in Europe.
Monarch
I don't
butterfly.
know. We were talking about
No, I just
crystal monarchs, which devolves into
yeah.
the real world,
I see.
saying that
because my fan has monarchs on them.
yeah. But I was saying, if you
And-
see them in the wild,
That's
they're
genius.
actually extremely endangered right now.
Yeah, they
so you're
are.
lucky if you see them.
They are, and a
Ace
lot
is
of
also
people are, in
endangered. It checks
fact, there are things you can do if you live near them, like you can leave out a certain type of plant. I forget what it's called, milkweed, something like that.
Yes.
You can sort of help in your own way if you see monarch butterflies. So yeah. Okay.
Someone asked what happened to Brack's child. They're back on Brack's ship. They just kind of like popped into the
don't
big
even worry
hole
about
that Brack left in. It was like and then went up.
Don't even worry about them.
He's like, I'm gonna go play
sure-
Fortnite. I'm done.
Yeah, they're just
Hey,
chill
Brack,
up there.
does Pep play Fortnite?
No one's attacking Brack's ship.
He don't play Fortnite. He play Tower of Duty.
Oh,
raising
that's
him
right.
right.
That's right. That's right.
Raising them right.
Yeah,
Tower Reach.
yeah.
What? Do you think
said
maybe
that
he's gonna defy his father and play like Tower Halo instead?
Nah. He
No.
gonna play
Tower Reach.
Tower of War.
Tower Reach 4?
He gonna play Tower
Not
of
at
War.
his godmother's house.
Mhm.
I
His
see.
favorite character is gonna be Marcus Phoenix. or-
Okay.
Farkas Phoenix.
Liria is going to introduce him to Zelda.
Of course.
Ooh, okay.
You know,
Oh, yeah.
the Reigns have the Nintendo Switches like on
100%.
deck at all times, and they're
They got
probably
Switch
pirated
2s on
because
deck.
Ace knows how to hack it.
I'd be like, you know who your father reminds me of? Ganon.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's a compliment compared to what else I could have said.
I was about
okay?
to say, Ganon's pretty fucking built, bro. I don't
He
know why
actually
we're taking
is.
that as an insult. Like,
Yeah, and then AC's like, wait, no,
Yeah.
backtrack that. Don't tell him that. You're right.
I'm
That's a
just
bit.
saying, bro. He's absolutely.
You know, I
like,
never thought of it, but he kind of low key, depending on the installment.
It's not low key, Joe. In almost every game, he's absolutely built like a truck.
That's true. He's a handsome
Except for,
dude.
I'm so saying,
the one
bro.
where he's like super skinny.
I'd say there's
There's
one
one
where
where he's like super
a
skinny,
giant
like, out
fat
the
pig.
point.
Or
That's true.
boar,
Well, we ignore the
something
fat
like
pig. That would be.
Yeah.
That's Ganon. Wait, did we say Ganon?
That's the one.
Look,
he says-
everybody has their own.
Sure.
that. Yeah, but Ganon is Ganondorf.
You're
which
right.
is-
You're right.
Not
Oh,
hot
God.
Ganon.
Don't
Seto,
talk-
not hot Ganon.
Don't talk
The
about
other
my
Ganon.
pig. Don't talk about my
I need to
pig
make
like
sure that your
that.
father doesn't think I'm talking about the hot
Oh
Ganon.
my
No.
God.
The other Ganon.
All right, we're gonna cut back
We
into things
back.
as the members of formerly known as Team Recall during the climb. These 5 regulars with all the other allies that joined them throughout, they climbed the tower together, but things have changed. And we are seeing them now enter this room. They clearly all have different kinds of information that they're probably going to start sharing and see what the heck is going on, you know? Let's do it. I'm going to just pick up with Liria because you're the one sort of organizing this whole shebang.
Yeah, okay. Liria, again, she's in like her, the head of the table, looking at all of these companions as they filed in, finally sit down. No one is killing each other yet. She appreciates the cooperation. She thinks you're all very cool, so no, don't edge Lord out of these seats,
Oh my God.
please. And then she looks at Wu. Please explain what is going on. Please.
I'm very sorry that all of this had to be this way. This is the only time I've had to get us all together this way. And as messy as it's been, it works. There's a lot going on. And more than anything, Liria, you need to know this. Father's plans haven't stopped. As a matter of fact, there's a lot of new things going on that affect every single person here in one way or another. I've done my best to abate it, but there's no more stopping it.
Stopping what? Just go straight into it, Wu. There's no need to beat around the bush.
He's not done. Nothing's done. As a matter of fact, we're just getting started. He needs certain individuals from what I've taken away. And honestly, me making this play now, I'm losing all leverage possible. It might already be too late. He might know about my defection. How much have you guys heard about the mural?
When I was in Icere, as a pawn, and traveled with Starman, we were sent to investigate certain individuals for a possible connection to the thing called a mural. And I knew 2 of those people, which I told you all about back in the day, Hope and Mirth. Outside of that, though, I never knew what the mural was or what the mural did. I just followed my orders to investigate certain people.
I used to think
That's about as much as I know.
I used to think it was some sort of gambit, something to keep us in check. That he really just wanted to play us into a position where he can manipulate us, but he needs all those people, and it's a bigger web than we initially thought. Honestly, you're involved. So is Hugo. So is Silion. So many people that we care about. And it's bigger than that. He might have made it seem like he achieved his goals, and I've tried to push it back as long as possible in due course, but ultimately, there's no more stopping it. This is the play. He has a list of individuals that he needs. I'm not even fully sure what the end game is here, but I know it needs to be stopped. And that's why I volunteered for this mission. To get ahead of it as best I could. if we don't work together, what he's managed to achieve will seem like a joke compared to what could really happen with not just our lives, but everybody's lives in the tower.
And just how many of these mural people do you know of?
From the intel I've gathered, and he looks at like Ian very sharply as like just a little wary, but like he leans on the side of trusting her. I think I know the vast majority of them. Not to say that he trusts me, more so to say that he was testing my trust. But with this information, at least, we might have a fighting chance.
Do you actually know their plans for these people?
I've never
Kind
understood.
of testing him back because she's trying to see what information he has.
Right. Like, he's just being dead honest with her. Honestly, he's a madman. I've tried my best to rout him at every turn, and even me, I feel as though I'm losing this battle, but I've collected quite a bit of information here, and I'm willing to share all of it with you guys, if you're willing to help stop him.
That seems mighty benevolent, all of a sudden.
It's not all of a sudden. It's what it always was. And it paid me to carry this out for so long. Especially not being sure if any of you would help or if you even felt the same. But I had faith. And I'm sorry if it makes you feel any other type of way about it, but I had to play my role.
And Ace,
The
you'll
mural-
kind of feel like Eden's nothingness kind of kick up at the fact that like he had to play a part. So you see like Eden kind of bite back a snarky retort, and she's like basically like staring a hole into.
Yeah, Wu's response to that, like just feeling that, is just like, it doesn't make me feel any better about myself. But if you're willing to hear me out, there's still things we can do.
Or we can leave you completely out of it, because I think I have more intel than you do, and I didn't have to sell my soul.
My soul is intact. I'm not so sure about yours these
Your
days.
father's lackey. I highly doubt that. And she'll look at Smile when she says that.
I think Smile would say something there, just above the table.
So she
and
just the overall idea of going against that we was talking about, of going against father here, is already enough to make her sort of stressed and anxious. But when Eden says
it's
that,
something we've talked about.
yes,
so
for
like,
sure. But it's still not something she's like gung ho about. So when Eden says that, she just kind of bristles for a second. And she will think about saying something, but I think I'll have her hold that particular thought for now. And for now, just say big words coming from someone like you, someone whose whole existence is to kill the people you once trusted.
Or stop. That's
You don't
not
remember,
helpful.
do you? Do you remember when we climbed the tower for those few floors? We were friends once. You're unrecognizable now.
Funny how a ritual will do that to someone.
Can we stop?
You were the first betrayer. Don't get that twisted. Either way, I have the information that Wu is espousing to have parts of. You can work with me, or you can roll the dice with trusting someone who's been on the down low, playing his part for the last 100 years. After betraying us at the ritual.
I didn't betray anyone at the ritual, despite whatever your recollection may be, questionable as it may be.
If
I
I
see
can
who you're running with.
To be
Hugo,
fair.
speak up. Hugo will
And
speak up.
Eden's expression will soften at Hugo speaking up, so she'll back down.
If I may make a suggestion that we keep things moving. How about Wu can share what he knows, and then Eden, if anything sounds wrong or you have more to add, then you can be what clarifies it. Maybe he can prove himself to you through whether or not it lines up with what you know.
Her face will harden at him letting Wu go first, but she'll hold her tongue.
Appreciate you, Hugo, but look, doesn't matter either way. I'm here to do something, and whether they take it at face value or not is not my problem. At the end of the day, we all have a problem, and whether you accept it or not, and whatever you know or not, is not my problem. It's what you're willing to do about it. The mural is a real thing. It's not just a concept. It's not something that he could have just debated. He was not successful, and he spends his days musing as to when he can find that success. And I've done nothing but try and keep that in check over the last 100 years. You don't have to believe me, and that's fine. But I'm here now in the best capacity that I could have been. So please hear me out. There's a list of people. If Tyrseth gets to them first, we're screwed. Not just us, but the entire tower. Every semblance of our lives, everything we hold dear, the shifts that he tried to make that have been piecemeal up to this point, become real. This is the only opportunity we have. This meeting was meant to happen at the time that it did. And you all are the only ones that I love, whether you believe me or not, and trust to make things right.
So, not that I'm all for sentimental value. As you know, sentiment has not always come easy to me. However, over the last 100 years, I have relied more on strategy, on certainty, on actions. I need you to clarify for me why I am involved in this.
You're one of the primary moving pieces. The whole reason I was sent here. We had intel, as I see here. There's 3 very important mural people that are aligned with you. Yourself. Hugo, as he looks over at him, and not in a demeaning way, just like as an acknowledgement to his respect for Hugo. Hugo and Silio. We got intel, and today was the day that Father was ready to start making his move. He sent me not only to confirm my allegiance from my perspective, but also because he thought it would be fun to leverage. I had foreseen this, and I had made plans for this as best I could. Even asking for Zygus to tag along was part of my plan, therefore, he's been sent elsewhere. There's no way for them to get to us in a timely fashion before we make a move right now, if we can all come to a consensus. You can't escape his design. Even if you don't want to work with any of us, he still wants you. From my understanding, is to enhance the spell, but I really don't know what he has planned. I just know it needs to be stopped. And I don't want any harm to come to you or anything you've built. And I've tried my best to do so, whether you believe me or not.
Also,
Do you understand, Wu? Forgive me, John, one moment. Just do you understand, Wu, that I understand your sentiment? And I would love to believe you again. I will try. But do understand that it will take some time.
I understand that you never have to believe me again, but what I'm telling you is just a fact. And if you cannot work with me now, it's going to cause you nothing but problems. And I mean this from the bottom of my heart. You never have to forgive me. None of you do. But I will still struggle and try my best to make things right, not just for us, but for everybody else, because I have things I want to see through too. If you can't look at me in the eye as somebody that you once worked with and believe that, then we're just at an impasse, but they'll still be coming, with or without me. At this point, once he realizes that I betrayed his trust, I'm a liability just like the rest of everyone.
Ace just looks at him. And she has things she wants to say, but she'll just nod. And she'll look at John. Now, you may say your piece.
intelligence that I've gathered suggests that the Nero people ice their plans to use to basically amplify the ritual. Originally, it was thought that collecting these Nero people was to help them and protect them. But, call me a cynic, I don't think that's the case. I don't have any evidence that that's what he plans to do, but that's just a theory. After all, after the ritual went off 100 years ago, it didn't work, at least not fully. Knowing who the Mirror people are, it's not difficult to understand that because they're all connected to us, it must have something to do with this ritual. At least that's what I think. And all of these people, who are Mirror people, you two, looks at Ace and Hugo included, means that it's going to take everybody here and plenty more people if we want to keep them all safe. It also means that all these people are people that are close to us, connected to all of us. So we don't have time for however it is that we all feel about each other. I know the feelings in this room aren't great right now. But what we decide or don't decide to do in this room does not just affect us. It affects way more people. So you don't have to do it for Wu, for me, for anybody, other than the people you care about. After all, even if we are in the army, running with different factions, syndicates, we all have one common enemy now. And in hindsight, it's the common enemy we've always had. They just now have the ability to move in a capacity that makes them difficult to handle if we're not all working on a united front.
Well, then that requires that... I need to remind you that... Actually, no, I don't need to remind you. Last time we fought Aesir, they won. Because we didn't have time to make a plan.
Did they win?
We didn't have time to talk to one another.
They didn't win.
You are correct.
I disagree.
But this
yeah,
time...
we did win, says Smile.
And this is the first time because, like, above the table, that doesn't even clock for me. I don't think that's something.
Well,
she like,
I think you're right,
well, she's
but she's a little antsy about what she's feeling protective
so
of Icy
that's
right now.
coming from a place of like, okay, well, either way, Wu's gonna respond the same way. Where like hearing that, he's gonna look at her and just be like, do you really hear what you're saying? Did you win anything?
He didn't.
Is that how you felt?
He didn't die for
Is
nothing.
that how you... It's not that he didn't die for nothing. How did you feel? What did you win? What does this mean? We've talked about this.
I know.
Listen, you're not wrong, Liria. Aesir got the jump on us last time. But because of everything that went down during that ritual, if we all play our cards right, we have one advantage this time that we didn't have that time, which is time. Time to gather allies, time to come up with a plan, and actually stop this from happening.
But not enough, John. This
I
is
say all I
the
hear are
time.
contradictions. Time and not enough time. Don't speak faster.
I'm speaking as
There's-
clearly as I possibly can. This is the time. We need to make a consensus here, right now, before anyone catches winds of what goes on here. Because as far as I'm concerned, the mission is a failure. It's only a matter of time before it gets back to every party involved. And if you think it's just Aesir that has something to gain from what happened here today, you're sorely mistaken. Right now, our focus needs to be collaborating, putting aside differences, even if we can't, because our lives are at stake. Okay?
I understand. Again, have been doing my fair share of things in the last 100 years. Thank you for asking. And she'll, look at Hugo. Darling, would you mind going to the main comms? Alert Avalon. Call in the suits to protect Cillian.
Of course.
Block it all off. No one can get in or out.
Understood.
Just until we figure this out.
Luckily, most of them are already there.
Continue. They are. Okay, good.
He'll,
At the very
leave,
least, no matter what happens here, they'll be protected.
he'll leave the room to contact the suits.
Brack, I need
Yeah?
to understand something. Not
What's
to...
that?
I understand where you're at, but are you willing to help with this? Is it something that compromises any of your positions? Because if I'm being real with you, it might not affect you right now, but very soon it will. And I don't want to ask you to do something that doesn't matter to you. But I'm telling you, this is important.
Rack looks back up at his ship. Like a hawk, he can see his son. He smiles. He looks back in your direction. I help you with what you have going on. You guys have no idea what I've been through these past 100 years. But you can always count on the old Brack to help you out.
And there's a couple of tears that Wu wipes away that hopes no one notices. Well, I appreciate that at the very least. Doesn't mean that business will go well here, but you know.
Business is automated. You don't got to worry about that.
Well, then we'll deal with that. Then.
Also, I'm gonna need you to sign over your shares to Towerland. We're on 128 floors now.
I wasn't making much from it anyway. You can have it. I have a new venture in the works anyway. And obviously you get your normal split. But now it's not the time to discuss business.
Okay.
My last question And he looks at Ian, is, I don't know how you feel, and I'm so sorry. And I'm not, it's really not my place. Everything I've done really hasn't helped you, and I feel terrible about that. And none of that probably means anything to you, whether you remember it or not. If there's anything in you that is about your own will, I implore you to tell me what you want to do, and if it's not about that, then tell me what you're going to do. But ultimately, I'd like to work with you, if at all possible. Because at the end of the day, people will die and suffer because of this.
People have already died and suffered because of this. You haven't earned my forgiveness, nor have you earned my trust. And once again, it feels like she'll look around the table to Zhang and Wu specifically, and a little side glance at Brack. That, once again, plans have been made. Alliances forged, and we're hearing about it on the dawn of battle. And just like the rest of you, I've been doing my own things over the last 100 years. Making sacrifices and suffering. And I have lots of intelligence. And me trusting you at your supposed word like I did, climbing the tower. I look at Zhang being disappointed, left out of the loop. I feel like I have stronger allies to do the same work. And the one thing you're very clearly not telling the mural people in the room, and she'll look at Ace and Hugo. Liria and Hugo, sorry. Oh, it's gonna be a habit to break. Iseer doesn't just want to use them to enhance or fix the ritual. They want to kill them because they misinterpreted the intel they had initially. And the reason why you and Smile and the pawns were sent here was to kill 2 mural people, because for the first time in a century, they were in one single place and they were banking that Silion was with them so that they could kickstart it, because they have confirmation, because one of the mural people is already dead. So for you to sit here and hold your hand out in peace and trust after all this time, I find very, very convenient for you. For Smile. For all your dead pawns outside that I've scattered back to the Shinsu where they belong.
Oh,
And
you
that's
want me
even
to
too
be
good of an
honest
ending for
about it?
them.
You could have killed more as far as I'm concerned. Let's not act like I'm the best person in the world. You're absolutely right. I'm a piece of shit, and I always have been. But I'm not gonna run away from certain responsibilities or where my heart lies. At the end of the day, yeah, maybe I didn't say all of that to lead into things. Because maybe that's a little bit too much for my heart to bear, whether you believe it or not. But I'm here. I don't intend for anyone to die. That's the point. Now, if you don't believe me, if you can't get over whatever it is, whether it's when you look at her or when you look at me, that rage builds within you, and you don't want to see or hear what I'm actually trying to say, honestly, that's perfectly fair. Try and kill me now. Because maybe that'll make you feel better.
You've been wanting to die for a long time, Wu, and I can oblige you if you want.
Try it. I dare you.
But see, that's what...
Not at my table. Not at my ship. Both of you can shut up now. Thank you. Listen. I know that this has not been earned. I know there's no trust between us. I know there's no tension. We're gonna go in circles. So here's the thing. Here's the deal. Since we're on my ship, and you have imposed yourselves back into my life again, after I reached out and tried to find you and have interactions, whatever. The plan that we are all now stuck in is that there are mural people that exist. Eden, do you have confirmation of how many there are?
13.
There are 13 mural people that exist. Myself, Hugo, and Silyong included. That's already 3, so there are 10 more.
9.
There's a list
One
of
is dead.
priorities.
Well, 2 are dead. She'll look at Zhang. 1 was recently killed, which confirmed Aesir's suspicions. Percy and Dominic Frog are both dead. You 3 were the next marks on their list.
Dominic, Smile will, like, sit up. That's confirmed?
Yes. I was on the detail myself.
She, like, looks to Wu like they didn't even know that, you know? So she's like, oh. So they're all ready.
So,
In Wu's mind, he's like, just like, Father knew all of, like, I'm not dealing with this low level game. I'm trying to, like, beat him and I'm losing. So, like, I don't have time for this.
how many are left? If 2 are dead, 3 of us here, how many do we have to locate?
11. And we know where most of them are.
So, why don't we... She looks at John. Your part in all of this, are you here to neutralize? Take them back? What was your plan in all this?
Direct them. You asked why I'm here, correct?
I asked what your plan is for this mural situation, if you already knew about it, because obviously you had intel to come here, where I was involved.
Correct.
I know who you work with.
So that's
So what was your idea?
my idea, was to come here and recruit a lot of you to help me keep the remaining mural people safe. Because if Aesir gets rid of them, A, we all lose a lot of people that are close to us, and B, Aesir gets one step closer to actualizing the full extent of their plans.
Smile will speak up. How do you know all that? I get Eden's an Aesir hunter at this point, but how do you know all that?
Because there is only one mural person dead. John's gonna pull out his pocket. Cypher, you have my location. You are clear to enter.
Are you sure?
Yeah, it's time.
People in the room will kind of look around, and let me send a quick message because actually, let me send a quick message here. Check your messages,
Yes,
people.
Cypher, please just walk on in.
Check your messages real quick. I messaged one of you in our private Discord channel here with an important question to clarify something real quick. All right, sweet. It doesn't take long for time to pass. Just a few minutes, having already been nearby at the quote-unquote headquarters, along with the rest of Team Nami nearby. a small ship pulls up. It's just a party in here. You know, let's make sure there's a bunch of ships just teaming up and partying together. Hopefully there's enough parking space. The steps extend out of this little mini ship. Clap, 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 as somebody trots down wearing sneakers and basketball shorts. And they're quite short in stature. Perhaps 3 feet tall, and walking forward, looking nervous, but walking into the room if the barriers would have allowed him to and such.
Yeah, Ace will take, as soon as John's like, Cypher, you're cleared to enter, she's like, and just like lower, she'll have the barriers lowered.
Yeah. He'll walk into the room and look very nervous around. It's someone that most of you assumed dead at the end of your climb, when everything had happened with Aesir, when Aesir took you and activated their spell. This person was killed. But it seems there was more to the story, because someone by the name of Percy stands before you and is looking, after 100 years, the exact same as ever, not having aged a day. It's like a weird moment of going back in time, almost. But he stands there and just kind of shuffles. Ugh. Hi, everyone, he says. And he looks around the room. And Smile, her jaw drops. She looks shocked. This She like looks to you, Jong, like, did you do something weird with your powers? Is he like a zombie? What did you do?
No. That's Percy. Whole of Percy. It's a long story, but to keep it brief, the plan that we enacted all those years ago involved pulling Percy out of Aesir. He needed a way out, a way to escape Tyrseth, and he didn't have one. And he kind of like turns his head towards Smile. Your organization's not known for their leniency. So, he came to Wu and I, and we hatched an idea. It was to fake Percy's death. The only problem was, as soon as we were in the room, as soon as and he kind of looks down at his left hand. Before I went to go enact the plan, I realized that there was only one person in that room who could read life and death, who could read souls the way I can. And that's Tyrseth. Faking his death by some rudimentary means wasn't going to work. So I had to do something more drastic, something only I could have done in that moment. And it worked. I was able to hide his life, or rather, fake his death from Tyrseth's eyes specifically. Afterwards, we pulled him out, and you are now looking at the first Aesir defector.
He like rubs his neck. I'm sorry, Smile. I wish you could have. But she heard Jung's explanation, and it's enough for her to run over and give him a hug as tears start flowing down her cheeks, and they have this reunion before you with not caring about anything, just all her focus on him. You do hear her say, through her choked back tears, of the four of us, you're the only one left now. I don't know. I didn't think. And she's just like choking it all back as he's just like, I'm sorry, you know, and patting her. There's a lot of questions that she has, but clearly now not being the best time for it, as the two of them are just sharing in this moment. But she will certainly have questions later. But right now, it's just maybe the smile part of her is just it's all happiness right now as she's embracing him and reuniting with him. The questions can come later. But Percy will say through it all, if you all remember, I was the one that was primarily responsible for finding you, the pillars, way back when. And I think if everything goes well, I can help you find these mural people, the ones that are missing. I'm not much of a guide, but that I think I can help with. It's maybe the only thing I have left. But it's not going to be easy. It's not just like a signal or anything. It might take me a long time. But I can try. I do feel something.
Welcome back, Percy.
Oh, thanks.
She glares at Jong. Does your faction have protection facilities for these mural people?
They do.
Then it seems like the mission is pretty straightforward. Use Percy's initial hints to give us a direction, and then use our intuition, science, and resources to find the rest. Relocate them to the factions, security, wherever. Or at least, that's the idea. Am I missing anything?
I would add one small thing, which again is the reason why I think it's important for all of us to be involved. While Percy does have the ability to help expedite finding some of the mural people, some of these mural people are people directly tied to us, people we know, people we care about. So it might actually be faster if said people are here to track them down, rather than using Percy to locate all of them. Plus, it allows us to divide and conquer. Target multiple people, keep as many of them out of Icier's hands as possible.
So. Okay, then why don't this? I thank you all for the information that you've given me. I take me, Hugo, and Silyong, and we go to Avalon and we disappear. And you never bother me again.
That's kind of a smart
That's a good
idea,
plan.
actually.
Except for the fact that if Icier found you today, what makes you think you can stay hidden forever?
Because today I trusted intel that I don't normally trust, and it was a shot in the dark. I'm not normally so careless. So if I know that there's this threat, I can use what I've built the last, 100 years perfecting. And I stay out of the way of all of you. The only reason that I would involve myself with Icier anymore would be potentially to be in audience with Father again, but that is not worth the risk. If all we must do is stay hidden, I would think that would be helpful.
Around this time is when Hugo would return, and he would sort of like in a low voice say, "They're safe, and Lexi's activated all the turrets. She finished just in time."
I would like to give Avalon time to get away. That being said, I will travel with you and help. However that looks. for at least the first few mural people. I can't guarantee that I will stay for this entire process. But I will stay long enough to at least ensure that my family is safe. Is that satisfactory?
I'll take it. It's more than nothing.
Alright, then that is all I've had to say on the matter. If you like to divide and conquer, I'm sure you've already had a plan of how that will go, so I will step back.
I don't. But I can sense that things are getting stretched thin here, so if you'd like, we can share communication information, pocket info, as it were, and we'll be in touch.
I don't need your pocket info. I have Shion.
I didn't specifically mean you and me, but okay. Regardless, everybody here has a way to contact somebody here. So,
Where should we meet up? Are we all staying together, or shall we go somewhere else?
well, we do know somebody here who has allied themselves with a specific syndicate and gets around in a pretty nifty airship. With that certain someone who's in the room, how does he feel about sharing some space for a while? At least
You mean
until...
harboring fugitives? Running from the
Yes,
law?
that's exactly what I mean.
Okay. You know you all are welcome. I don't even know why you gotta ask me. Just make sure you stay out of my wine cellar. And of course, you pay me at least 250 points for rent. Rent. I didn't say 1,000. I said 250. It's just the principle of the matter.
Sure. Alright. I don't have any more, so.
I need a moment. And Eden will turn on her heel and walk outside. And you'll see the visor come back over her one eye. You heard all that, didn't you, sir?
Of course, it's complicated, but this is actually good. It sounds like it's all but confirmed. Your theory.
Yes. But I don't want to work with Aesir.
I understand. Are you inclined to believe what they say?
No.
I understand. I think I'll confer with Longinus, but for now your orders are to stay with them. If anything, more information and intel cannot hurt. If my orders change, I will let you know. Stay close, don't let them out of your sight.
Yes, sir. She'll walk back in. And sit
And then
down.
Hugo will say, before we move, would it be good to at least confirm, between all of our collective information, do we know who all of these people are?
I have a confirmed list.
Percy does as well.
Yeah, although Eden probably knows more than I do at this point, because things could have changed since, yeah. But
You shoots a cold look at Percy and just cocks an eyebrow at him.
but you're sure that they want to kill them?
Dominic's assassination was at the hands of Aesir. They had to confirm a theory, because apparently you weren't dead. Now that that's done, their intel was all but confirmed.
Okay.
And Father, dearest Father, knew that Ace was one of the most dangerous ones, and he wanted to get her as fast as he could.
I'm sorry, what did I do?
He gave you the
I was in
essence,
the organization for 18 years. He didn't even know what it was.
but now he
He gave me an empty vial.
Well, then, in that case, let's start with the ones that we can confirm are safe, right? To make sure that we're not prioritizing where we shouldn't be, or prioritizing where we should be, or you know what I mean.
I'll just go down the list.
Oh, 1 second. And Ace will, like, clap her hands. And the room's just gonna go, "Doo," and there's, like, a little whiteboard that lights up. Because, again, this is for political meetings, folk. You think we don't have a whiteboard in the back of our conference room? You'd be sorely mistaken. And she just sits there, like, expectantly looks at Percy, looks at the board, looks at Percy, looks at the board.
But does it have, are there any
Go ahead.
red strings on this whiteboard from previous meetings?
No, those things are wiped.
Ah.
What do you think?
It's clean.
Think I'm an amateur? Yeah, so she looks at Percy and gestures to him like he can use the board if he would like to write down his names.
So he'll listen to Eden, and he will like write whatever Eden says. He's ready to go.
Liria, Hugo, Silion, Shion, Leaf Lindquist, Namu Leaf, Jerice, Cal, Mirth, Sigmund. Dominic Frog has been eliminated, and Percy is now back on the board.
He's writing all the names. I think you missed one. So he will... I think you missed Hope? Maybe?
I said Hope.
Okay, then I'm stupid.
No, you're good.
He's writing all the names, and he'll even like draw little icons that kind of like represent them. Like little...
Stay on
squiggles.
task, Percy.
Yes, ma'am!
Oh, shush. Doodles are fun, and we're all in the world. The end of the world is coming. And this
Again.
line is fantastic. But let's... Wait, hold on. Sigmund. She like looks between you two. Oh.
And, you know, Percy will kind of like add on top like, oh, for people who don't know, that's Eden's dad.
No, he's not.
Yeah.
Oh, touchy. Okay, let's do another squiggle, shall we? Here's the thing. What do all these people have in common to Aesir?
Other than there are vague depictions that they've unearthed in different murals across the tower for Father's ritual. They're the closest resemblance to these ancient tablets. And Eden will
Well, if
pull
that's
up
the
her
case-
pocket, and there's like she has like an image of Dominic's from his investigation, homicide investigation.
They just can't get his nose right. Okay, so, with the mural people all out, we can divide them amongst who knows who, and who can help track who. I can already say that Hugo, myself, Silyoung, and potentially Leaf Lindquist I can find connection to. Everyone else on the board is up to you. Anyone?
Well, we can
I can say
confirm,
that-
and he'll look to Jog. Yeah, exactly. He'll shut up.
Okay. Yeah. I can say that Shion is safe. So that eliminates another one off the board.
So we have most of the players accounted for.
Correct. We're only missing a handful. Although one of them, if you all remember, might be a little difficult to track down, given where we last know her to be.
Well, isn't that a good thing? Doesn't that mean that she can just stay there?
Maybe, but
If
I don't have enough intel to know if she's better off there or not.
There is a problem with that, so smile. Zygus. If they really wanted to find her, they could. She's in the void, right? Your old companion? Zygus's portals can go anywhere. Don't underestimate Ice here.
Not
But-
if he's dead.
Well, but Leaf had just unlocked her own portal ability. She can leave if she wants to.
But also,
And then on top of that, sorry, go ahead.
well, I was just gonna say, if they can have access to her at any point in these last 100 years, why haven't they? I would say that maybe that means that Leaf is, at least for now, a little bit more secure than we think. Perhaps her new companions, i.e. Kyrie's old faction, have allowed her some sort of protection or resistance. After all, even Zygus, with all his portaling, can't walk in there by himself and just snatch Leaf up. At least, I don't think so.
He was very exhausted the one time he transported us through. Though it has been 100 years. But all that to say, too, there's more than one person who can open a portal.
That's correct, but... That's correct. So when the time comes, I suppose we will have to find some way to get into the void. But I bring that up just to say that in terms of priority, I don't think we have to focus on her at the moment. I think she's more safe than perhaps some of the other male people who are simply somewhere in the tower.
So the ones that are unaccounted for mostly... Well, hold on. Percy will turn to you, Wu. And it's the first time you've seen him in 100 years.
What is he saying?
What about Mirth? Is she safe? She's like... You've known each other forever, right?
She's as safe as I made her. Now that I've defected, she's not safe. Pretty much over with. As a matter of fact, that's probably the first person they'll go for.
Okay, so she's top priority.
I don't think we'll get there in time. I'd rather not prioritize her.
You want to leave her to
At the
die?
very-
I literally...
Absolutely not. At the very least, I thought about something like this happening. We shouldn't worry about her. Taka will deal with it.
Your other
That's the
childhood
whole
friend.
point.
Percy's a big fan,
You
so
should-
he's just like repeating all the things he knows about everybody.
Oh my gosh.
She should, if everything goes according to plan. And I'm very scared of it right now because now that I look at all of this, we might be in over our heads. Maybe I'm just being scared. It's a little unlike me. But let's
You are.
be-
And to be frank, it doesn't matter. We're out of our depth. We don't have a choice. If we do nothing, these people die.
Well, the
You all
point
want these
being
people
the
dead?
same, John. She should be fine, and I have to stomach that because my base instinct tells me that that's the first person I should go help. But I have to trust what's been put in place.
Or you could trust in science, which means really fast rocket ship that can probably get there in time. It was literally built for stealth missions. But
If
no.
if her brother shows up as he's supposed to, and Tyrseth hasn't caught wind of what I had planned, which is what scares me, she should be okay for now. I want to have faith in that. I'm telling you that I'm trying to convince myself to have faith in that as much as it hurts, because she's been in the open. But I have a few plans of my own against him, and some fail-safes. Hopefully, this is all enough, and we can focus on getting a leg up in the meantime.
So you trust this Taka to look after her?
I trust Taka as much as I trust you.
Alright, well, then we have nothing to worry about. At least, at the moment with Mirth. And he kind of looks at Percy like, go ahead then, add it to the list of like confirmed or, you know, safe people.
Okay. And he will add her to the list on the left that he's squiggling.
Okay. Liria, you mentioned something about Leaf Lindquist and you potentially being able to track him down.
Yes, his sister, Astrid.
When you say that, like, he almost reflexively, John just kind of winces, like.
Yeah.
Astrid Lindquist is the Heartstone wearer. She's one of my suits. She's been mentoring under my mother for at least 100 years.
Wait, you're like friends now?
I actually consider her like a sister.
That's development.
Okay.
100 years,
As I
baby.
said, 100 years can really change someone, and she's been mentoring under my mother as the Heartstone.
How is
sworn
your
enough to
mother?
protect
I
me in
didn't
absence. She's doing great. Beautiful as ever. Some say I look like her.
So you're saying that she could probably get in touch with Leaf, potentially.
I'm saying that if anyone had connection, she would be able to get to him fast.
Okay,
Also, is still young. That's 2.
fair enough. That's a lead on Leaf.
So, if your security measures are in place, we don't need to rush there either. Everything should be okay
Avalon.
as far as that's concerned.
Avalon is very safe at the moment. And even with me gone, I have my father's inner circle as well as my own developing suits. So they should be very perfectly safe.
So then
Alright,
there's
so
2
next
very
on the
clear
list-
targets then.
Is Hope and Sigmund. I believe, at least the last time we all saw them, they were together. I don't know if that's still the case.
Hope is climbing on his own. Sigmund's at the estate.
In fact, if
Currently.
there's anybody who wishes to, at any time, if there's like, hey, would I have like, learned anything with more detail about this, you can roll history, and I can try to give you any more information about any of these individuals as you're trying to figure out, like, what's going on, Because I'm happy to, like, say you may have heard something here and there about some of the more mysterious ones. Because the ones on the left are the ones that Percy has tracked as, like, these people are probably fine. They seem to be accounted for. The ones on the right are not as accounted for, and it's more up in the air. So just keep that in mind. You always have that as an option.
Okay, so if Hope is climbing by himself, I wouldn't consider him safe. It actually means he's probably a pretty vulnerable and easy target.
Unless he's become a ranker since.
Well, one ranker against a bunch of Iceer Knights or Bishop isn't going to cut it. So if he's by himself, he is still a target. And you said
Correct.
Sigmund was...
He's still at the estate as far as I've heard. Nefta won't let him leave. It's a lifetime of service.
Okay, well, I suppose that means he's somewhat protected.
If he wants to waltz up to the estate of Ha Yurin, and they hope to make things happen, good luck.
Fair enough. Okay, so I guess the only real outliers here are Jerry's and Cal. Has anybody here heard from or seen anything regarding those two?
I
That
could
hefty and
finally-
has Liria.
So this
I
would be
kind
the
of
time.
have an idea
Oh.
as to where Jerry's is at, but he doesn't seem, based on my intel, to be a major priority for Tyrseth as of now. Maybe things will shift. Unless, do any of you think there's any type of way to pivot this situation to make him think that I haven't defected yet?
I could always FaceTime him with you as my hostage and be like, suck it, Tyrseth,
I don't think he'd buy
and
that.
flare my eyes a little.
He'd just probably
I would-
play a sad song and laugh. But
There are ways that we can make this look like that for sure. I don't think that's out of the realm of possibility.
Not that I'm in the mood to do favors, but I can mark you and Smile as killed by the army.
that'll buy us a little bit of time at least.
That would buy you a lot of time.
No, I fear that he'd come up with the truth pretty quickly. Unfortunately, Tyrseth knows just as much about what's going on with me biologically than I do myself. It seems like, despite what I've been able to dispel, he almost has a tracker. So saying I'm dead is probably out of the question, but if I can't make a move, that's a little different.
Well, what if John kills you? He did it once with Percy right in front of Tyrseth, so...
As you say that, Wu just winces in pain and doesn't even want to, like, discuss the matter. You want to kill me, bro?
No. Sounds like a waste of time.
Well, I think we at least have a day to come up with a decent plan as to why I haven't reported back or brought anyone back, for that matter.
Well,
If we can make a definitive strike before then, maybe we'll be okay.
Okay. So I say we head to Brack's ship, come up with some kind of plan of attack to check on the, 4 or so people who are more in danger. And perhaps it's not a bad idea to check on even the ones that we know to be relatively safe. Because once again, if Icier found your ship, regardless whether you were careless or not, I would say that it's not a good idea to underestimate them. Not this time.
He might be a weirdo, but honestly, he even scares me.
Well, I never underestimated Icier. In fact, she looks at Percy. I was one of the first defectors, if you want to claim that title.
I never claimed that title. That was Zeldrong's idea.
Oh my god.
It's okay, Percy. I'm just giving you a hard time.
Oh, thank God.
There's a lot of tension in this room right now.
Yeah, I can feel it.
But I'll just say, I've never underestimated Icier. While you guys had a plan, not all of us were keen to it and had to rebuild piece by piece the last 100 years. So,
If you think
not
that...
underestimating them.
I didn't say that you were, but there's other people on this list other than you. That's all I'm saying.
No, but you're talking to this room full of people. I don't think any single one of us, except... No, I don't even think Brack would underestimate them at this point. That's what I wanted to make
I
clear.
would. Those guys
There you go.
stuck.
So you're talking to Brack.
Okay. And like has really been ruminating for like the vast majority of this conversation. He just looks around. Not too much has changed. It's scary, but it's okay. Let's just pick one. Just one. That we can get to as quickly as possible right now, before anything shifts. Within the next 24 hours. Not someone that we know their whereabouts. Not somebody that's safe. It's not a matter of importance. It's a matter of priority and expedition.
Okay, well, between the 4 on this list that are technical unknowns, Percy,
Yeah.
between Leaf, Hope, Jerry's, and Cal, who do you think you'd have the easiest time tracking down?
I know the one I have the
honestly
least.
think-
No,
I honestly think
the
Cal
one,
might be
that would
the
be the
fine.
easiest to track down.
I think Cal might be the easiest to find.
No, he says. I haven't seen
Why?
If that were the case.
an instance of Cal in the past 100 years. It's like he doesn't even
what if you-
exist.
All right, then
You
forget.
don't you think that I'm not keen to Jerry's movements in this towers? I haven't heard anything about him in 20 years.
Exactly.
So where
I
is
think.
he?
Well, this is what I know about Jerry's. And he'll point to the name with like a baton. Jerry's has been cooking something. He's been starting this new movement. If you guys don't know, he starts Zushi, Wu's old master, Brooke, Jong's master. They were part of Regulus's faction, but they now go by Jotun. That's their name. And they still want to free Regulus and all that stuff. But Jerry's, it's like he's starting his own thing. And he's making a bit of a name for himself in the past few years.
Where was the intel on any of this? I haven't heard any of this.
It's because they go by different names. Have you heard of the Exarchs? And he'll say the name Exarchs. And that is a name that would ring a bell to most of you. As a group of rankers that are kind of gaining notoriety for being like, even though most of them are ordinary rankers, they like have this sort of presence and power that they're like, these could be the next like big deal high rankers in a few years. And they go around like basically accepting challenges and such, and they don't.
And
lose
you're
their
saying
fight.
Jerry's a part of that?
I think he's their leader.
Okay, so you're saying we track down these, what were they called?
Exarchs.
Exarchs. We find them. We find Jerry's.
I think so.
Should be fast to
Not
think
concrete, but it is a trail. That's something.
Where do we start?
I mean, unless someone's got objections, I say we start with that.
Hang on, says Hugo.
No, meaning finding them. What's up?
Is Shion fine for sure? Is she gonna be remaining where she is?
I plan to check on her. But yes, she's fine and I can account for her.
It's not like she can't handle herself.
Of course.
That might be the least of our worries, to be honest. As far as the last time I saw her, and he gives Jong a look.
Well, says Percy, maybe we all call it a night here, and in the morning, we go after Jerry's, or the target that we decide.
Nope. And Wu just grabs Percy by the collar and picks him up.
Whoa, hey!
Sorry for how messy this has all been, but I need to talk to this one. You mind giving me a second? Promise I won't crash on your ship much longer.
I mean, you could always walk and talk to him on the way to Bragg's ship if you so prefer.
I'll meet you there at some point. Maybe he'll get tossed.
I wouldn't like that
Well,
very much.
I will be staying on the ship. I will go to the con rooms to send a quick message to Astrid and the others about Leaf. So I will do that. You can talk here, and then we can all go together, because I'm not leaving you on my ship.
I'll go outside. I want to make sure the cleanup was good anyway. Or... I guess Team Nami wouldn't leave anyone behind, right?
There are no Icer pawns left. If my team didn't clean up the rest, I'm sure Eden did.
Buys us at least a few more hours.
Okay, as things
Let's
are
go,
winding,
Perth.
as things are winding down and everybody's preparing to deal with this new information, Percy goes off with Wu, and he's looking pretty nervous and shy, as he does.
They just go outside the ship and he puts him down.
Pats his
And he's just staring at him like I'm sure it's just gonna make him feel more nervous and awkward. But Wu's just kind of staring at him with a very serious grin.
Nice weather, huh? It's a little gloomy, but... Oh, hey, whoa, why are you crying? Hey, it's okay. And he'll like give the pat. It's okay.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. But you're actually here. I believed that you would be here, but like, you're actually here. I had dreams and I thought that maybe it was a thing, and like, there were days where I wanted to tell Laura that maybe there was a chance, but that I didn't want to get her hopes up and like be wrong about this, but it's just, I thought I let you down.
No. It's because of you and Jong and the others that I could be brave enough to make that decision. I couldn't have done it on my own. And now I can help you guys. And Smile's here too, right? We can make things right again.
No. You've already helped more than you could know. Honestly, you changed my life, Percy. I don't know how else to say that, but there was a moment where I didn't trust anything about what I held dear, and for the last 90 years I held on to hope based on everything I felt and heard. And I felt your presence, but just seeing you again, it's not even about me. I'm just happy to see you, to be able to talk to you.
Yeah.
Wish I could have this whole time.
Well, it was a long wait, but I'm here now. He'll grin and give you a hug.
So no more of me making promises.
Good.
I think I've learned the hard way that it doesn't work.
Okay.
Even though I've made a few more since you've been out of my life. But can you promise me something?
Maybe? Yeah.
There's gonna be a lot of things that happen going forward that are way worse than anything we've ever faced. I genuinely feel that, and for the first time in my whole life, I'm a little scared. Can you promise me that for as long as you're here, no matter what happens to me, that you'll be there for Laura?
He'll nod a few times. I promise.
And with that big brain of yours, knowing all prescience and whatnot, is there a chance that we come out on top?
Well, there are a lot of weird factors, and my ability to help here isn't exactly consistent. I'm trying, though, and I think if we can find most of the people, then yeah. The problem is the longer we wait...
I just want a yes or no, Percy.
But if you look at the statistics, because the problem is, it's exponentially worse the more people die, I think.
And then, as he's talking, Wu just gives him another big hug. Oh. That's what I missed.
Oh.
You know, you've been it, and like he just puts his hand around his shoulder and starts walking like slowly back to like fly over to Brack's ship, and he's like, you know, ice here really sucks. First of all, the cafeteria, pretty mid. I have to listen to these serenades all the time. I don't know how you put up with this.
There are pros and cons, like the people there are pretty like weird and interesting. Like, I think Oldfish like had some weird stories, I gotta say. And I
thank God he hasn't been around lately, but Tyrseth's songs are not good, right?
Oh no, of course they're not.
Oh, well, at least somebody said it. It's like, you say it, and then you get your head cut off. A couple pawns have died like that, actually.
Yeah, but like they were gonna be killed anyway. I think that the reason he pursues music like he does, don't tell anybody this. Well, you can tell. I don't really care. I think it's because his brother is a master at music.
The old man in the void?
What? No, who's that? No, McSeth, the owner of the workshop.
Yes, very same. One in the. Actually, we haven't talked in a long time. I'll fill you in.
We gotta catch up on a few things, yeah.
Big trip ahead of us. And then he just kind of grabs Percy and flies over.
Whee! All right. At this time, I'm gonna give the other members of the party a chance to. If there's one last thing you'd like to do before heading to Brack's ship, anything of pressing matter, now would be the time. So, speak now or forever hold your peace. Boom, 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 boom. We got the fan. We got the fan. The not broken fan. Very good.
It's it's suffering, but I will do something if no one else wants to.
All right, I got you and then John on deck.
The last one they do. You can do John. Ace can be last since it's his first ship, and she'll close it up.
She'll lock the doors and you know.
After that day.
Yeah.
On Jong's way to Brack's ship, he's gonna call Shion.
The pocket picks up immediately.
Hey, you.
Hey, and you can hear like like sounds in the background. Hey, I got a couple minutes. What's up?
Just met up with some old friends. I think we finally got a leg up on this investigation.
No, what? Really? You found out something new?
Yeah, it's got a lot of good intel. Some good leads to follow, so we're gonna do that, and I just wanted to make sure you're okay.
Oh yeah, things are fine here. Just trying to keep distracted with you gone.
I'll probably be coming to check on you in a few days, maybe a week. I don't exactly know when I'll have free time next, but listen, if anything, if you see or meet anything that even remotely strikes you as suspicious, you call me immediately. Got it?
Yeah. Well, you do the same, okay?
You'll be the first one I call, I promise.
Good.
Well, I'm about to get aboard Brack's airship, believe it or not. That's a sentence you could believe.
Brack is there.
Yeah, I wasn't kidding when I said I've just met up with some old friends. It's gonna be something.
Well, it wouldn't be a true reunion without me, right? Make sure to come visit sooner rather than later.
I will.
All right. I think they're getting antsy. Love you. Talk to you soon.
Love you.
Boodaloo.
And you can see, like, as he was walking through the hallway, right, like, to get to Brack's ship, like, you know, I would say visually you could tell that this was, like, the one moment where he sort of, like, his body language relaxed and he's kind of completely let his guard down, and kind of really let himself feel all of the feelings that he would have been having about what's going on, right? Like, because he tends to kind of keep a very work face, for lack of a better term,
Yeah.
mindset when it comes to all the stuff that has to get done. So in that conversation, right, like he was very, I think he would have seemed very, very drained, very unsure and hesitant. But like as soon as he hangs up the pocket, he kind of takes a deep breath and goes right back into let's get some shit done mode and heads to Brack ship.
Hell yeah, brother. I want to point out, just for clarification, the sounds in the background that John was hearing were like grown adults. Like, let's just
Somebody
move
think
on.
they weren't?
Yeah, it's not important. I don't want to ruin the moment. I just, wanted to clarify that in case people were wondering. All right, so that means we're gonna cut to Liria.
I'll say that she's in a different, like the head of the ship, right? Like she's back in the control panel, like, the main room where they started the episode in. And she just finished, unless you absolutely want to repeat it, I would say she just got done messaging Astrid.
Yep.
Informing her of her brother's situation, leaving that kind of to her discretion. Everyone kind of knows what's going on, and I feel like after that call ends, she's kind of staring at the panels and everything, and just kind of takes a moment. And like just kind of it's similar to Zhang, like letting everything kind of take a moment to like have a shuddered breath and straighten herself up and feel the weight of her armor, of her suit, and like the wedge on the control panel, there's like this little piece of paper that's kind of wedged into one of the little panels, and she like takes it out and looks at it, and it's like a little drawing of like a kid's interpretation of little lighthouses and a little raccoon and a bunch of little like stick figures, right? Like little family setup. And she just kind of looks at it, and she quickly like wipes her eyes before a tear can like get on it and smudge the little picture, and then she'll tuck it into her suit and kind of like start her walk back to Brack's ship, making sure that things are shut down.
Yeah, Hugo would be waiting outside to join you, to grab your hand as you make your way to Brack's ship. Also, just kind of letting the time wash away the tension and all the new information needing to be adjusted and settled. A ship.
I do think Ace will ask
Please.
very quickly, if that's okay.
Mm-hmm.
Just ask Hugo. Are you okay with Smile being here?
Yeah, he had been kind of a little weird about it earlier, that you would have noticed his, he wasn't really looking over at her. But he does just shrug. That was a long time ago. It's fine. She seems more normal now, at least.
Well, if at any point something comes up, you tell me.
I will. I can't wait to go home.
I wish this day hadn't happened. I wish my last problem was wondering whether or not I was going to see a retrain.
Still Young's got it under control. It's okay. We'll be back soon. We'll make sure to be back soon.
We will. And she like gives his hand a squeeze. Maybe this will be an opportunity for us to figure out some things that were left unanswered, but just promise me one thing.
What is it?
And she like will turn to face him and stop real quick. And very, very seriously. no matter how attached I become to them again, to this team, or this possible partnership between us all, don't you dare let me become collateral again. Last I saw them all, it all fell apart, and my heart broke into 1,000 pieces, and I just now am getting it back together hundreds of years later. Now they're asking for trust and for consideration and for resources and for protection. And I am going to help them, I know we are, but if you see me getting comfortable, if you see me starting to share things or wear my heart on my sleeve, I want you to remind me. Or, I don't know, just I don't trust myself not to let it happen again.
I understand.
Okay.
I wish I didn't have to, but I will. We'll just take it one day at a time. We'll see how we're feeling after tomorrow. And then after the next day. And then the next day.
And we get to spend the night on Brack's ship. And he can't say a single thing about it. There's no Winston to pester us this time.
I saw you on mute there, Amelia. I saw you on mute.
They get to the room and he's just like, hello, Liria and Hugo Rain.
Yeah, wait.
The full honeymoon package this time, right?
Yes.
He will say, he'll just kind of, chuckle. It has been a while since we've seen Pep, though.
Yes. Oh my gosh, we've got a long day ahead of us.
We sure do. And he'll make his way back side by side, along with the rest of you, as the day winds to a close. And, leaving behind the markings on the chalkboard, the whiteboard, the writings on the whiteboard, as everyone somewhere in the tower is living their lives, whether they are aware of this newfound threat or otherwise. Whether it be still young, the soulmate back at Avalon, Ace's closest companion, or Jarius, the apparent new leader of this group called the Exarchs, or Cal, who is missing. No sign in the past 100 years. Hope, climbing the tower, maybe he became a ranker. Leaf, still trapped in the void, or not trapped like she used to be, but chosen to be. Sigmund at the Ha estate, or the rest of them, accounted for or otherwise. What will their fates become? And will the team be able to protect them all? I suppose you'll have to find out in the next episode. Where's the music? Where is it? Frank, I tried to be all fancy. Dark Wind? Dark Wind? Where are you? Dark Wind? Save me? Thank you all very much for watching. That is the end of the first episode of Towers and Gods, The Ranker Saga. We're going to be back in 2 weeks for episode 2, but don't go anywhere. Don't go anywhere, because I'm going to give the cast a few parting words, and then we're going to share a little something. Cast, any thoughts you'd like to share before we end today?
Everybody's art's dope as fuck.
True, actually. Urino cooked. Go support Urino in the description.
No, Urina the GOAT. Always has been.
Always has been, dude. I can't wait for the end where we get to compare all the arts. I know Hannah's already posted some where you can see the first comparison versus the last. It's just gonna be so cool once we even finish this. It's gonna be so fun.
Make them all over again.
I know, yeah. We'll continue to chat in the Discord if you have questions about anything we talked about today. We'll be in the Discord. I'm sure other viewers or myself would be happy to answer them. And yeah, guys, I think with that then, we'll see you in 2 weeks for episode 2. And now,
Yeah, hold on. Don't do them like that. Don't do them like that, bro. Keep going, you know what I'm saying?
Well, let's.
gotta show
Am I
one more thing,
wrong?
just one more thing.
Just one more thing.
Please, just one more thing.
Just one more thing, yeah.
All right. I suppose so. We'll see you all in 2 weeks. Stay tuned.
Woven in a tapestry of fate, were there stories told too late? Pillars crumbled, towers fell, fractures leading us to hell. Woven in a tapestry of fate, were there stories told too late? Pillars crumbled, towers fell, fractures leading us to hell. As we unravel to the end of our destiny, time to take a stand with a very broken band. Scattered far and wide, can we really turn the tide? Once we rank up on the other side. Woven in a tapestry of fate, were there stories